ladies and gentlemen. We build on topics, whether conscious or cosmic. It's never nonsense, mega levels are microscopic. It's a Killah Priest project, AD control the rocket. Before we land the plane, many things we engage and explain. The unexplained, without mask. Welcome to the Killah Priest podcast. Killah Priest podcast.
Yeah. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. What's cracking? What's happening? What's good? Welcome back. It's gonna be a wild show. You already know. We got Priest coming in on Zoom very soon. What's happening? AD holding it down until Priest gets into the Zoom building. You know what I mean? Welcome back. It's gonna be a cool show. I don't even know what's gonna happen, but you know, that's how we roll. So we just go with the flow. You already know. So here we are, Monday. I just had my born day a couple days ago. Thank you very much. March 10th. It was cool. Had a good birthday. You know what I'm saying? I kept it nice and mild. Right when it hit midnight, you know, I was at the club already. So it's like, you know, my boys had shots. We all did shots. I don't drink much anymore like I used to. So it was a situation to where I just did shots, like 4 or 5 of them. Do you know what I'm saying? It was cool, but man, the next morning I felt it because I don't have any tolerance anymore. You know what I'm saying? So that was Friday morning on a midnight. So that was cool. And then the next day I just kind of recovered. You know what I mean? The next day it was the birthday cakes. They brought out 2 cakes. It was cool. Carrot cake and a chocolate cake. I don't eat much cake. You know what I'm saying? So that was another experience for me. I had to go through again because it's like, oh man, now I got to get some cake. And they're big ass slices. I got into that. It was cool. But then I had to recover from that. I had to recover from the cake. So it's been a recovery for the whole weekend. But you know, it's birthday stuff, so it was cool. Had a good one. Thank you everybody in the chat. I'm about to I gotta always reorganize whenever we do these things. So it was cool. I had a good time. It was what it was, but you know, I'm glad it's over. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know a lot of y'all know what I'm talking about. Like, you know, when it's like, oh, here comes my birthday and I gotta do stuff. Like, you get it. You know what I mean? Especially for me, because I've been so strict on myself with, you know, I don't eat pastries, I don't drink. And it's like, well, it's your birthday, time for pastries, time to drink. You know what I mean? It's like, damn. But it is what it is. I ain't complaining. Had a great time. Have amazing friends. Shout out to everybody out there giving me all that birthday love. I see you. Danny Salinas in the house. Shout out to Overkill, 2 Eyes, Rich Genetics, Cap Jones in the building, David Flores Animation holding it down for that dope ass ants video that y'all may or may have not seen yet. China Ants just premiered at 3 p.m. today. I'm gonna let Priest go in on that as soon as he joins us. The Zoom is open, so he'll be joining us very soon. So yeah, that was great. So shout out to David Flores Animation, Genesis. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you, Overkill. Neil deGrasse Titan, yo, AD. Andromeda Miserables. Happy carrot cake. Yeah, I know, man. I love carrot cake. It's bomb. I don't eat cake, but if it's carrot cake, it's good. Especially with no nuts. WS Banker, thank you. Inika Adi. Eno. At least, yeah. Crazy. Voltage controller in the house. Peace, Voltage. What's good? Yeah, Ben Frank, salutes. Thank you, Voltage. Appreciate it. Yeah, it was good, man. Like I said, I'm just glad it's over. It's like, all right, it was good to have a birthday weekend. I had some fun yesterday too. But now it's like, okay, Monday, back on. Got the black coffee in effect. Ready to rock. Yo, my camera has messed up white balance. So I'm gonna fix that. But yeah, Ben Frank, Jeffrey Woodland. So it was cool. Like I said, I'm just glad to move forward now. It's over. Party time's over. It's all about getting ready for what's next. And I don't want to go in too deep about what's next without Priest getting here, but we are getting ready for the next album that Priest is dropping. So, like I said, I'm gonna wait till he gets in the building before I speak on that. But that's really exciting. It's real exciting. And y'all got to see a preview with that video, China Ants. Straight fire. Shout out to Danny Salinas for that. Okay, hold on. Let me fix a little bit of technical. Oh, I know my shit ain't freezing. Okay, here we go. We're good. Let me fix this. It's because I'm live and I'm making video adjustments. Yeah, I'm trying to turn the exposure, auto exposure off. Okay, cool. Turn up the saturation a little bit. Yeah, there we go. It's because I'm using natural light. I got my window open, getting a little bit of natural light in here, so I had to make some adjustments. Y'all already know. So, yeah, Jeffrey Woodland, thank you very much. Oh, yeah, sorry. Did I say Danny Salinas? I meant David Flores. Sorry, man. I just got into the coffee yet. I'm not really 100% until I start drinking this. And I'm just waiting for it to cool down. Okay, Priest says daylight savings messed me up. Oh. I'm headed to good Wi-Fi. Okay, yeah. So Priest just gave me the update. He is going to a Wi-Fi location right now so that there's no complications. And he will be with us soon. All right. Yeah. Oh, so a correction I have to make. I was pronouncing Oni Dakini wrong. It's Oni. I know I was saying Ani before. My bad. You know, I'd be trying to get the pronunciations right anytime I speak. I'm really trying to. It's difficult with some of the accents, with some of the names, and some of the words. My cat walking in front of the camera. It's difficult with all of these sometimes translations, but I try to be as precise as possible with pronunciations. So. Yeah, it is correct. It is Oni Dakini. She is the producer who has been submitting some great tracks into the song promotion segment, which we have, of course, at the end of every episode. So we're going to be doing that today. It's going to be fire. Y'all already know. Oh, that's you right there. Okay. You have a very interesting username as well. Oh, it's backwards. I see what you did there. You put your name backwards. Okay, yeah. Let me get smart real quick. Okay. Okay, smartness activated. I just took some coffee. Yeah, I'm a night owl. So y'all have to forgive me. I woke up at 3 p.m. How about that? But we have the time change. You know what I mean? The time change is crazy. You know how that works. Got to put your clocks forward, so 2 o'clock is 3 o'clock. So normally I would have woken up at 2, but because of the time change, I haven't adjusted fully yet. So I woke up at 3. You know what I'm saying? I'm not lazy. I just go to bed late. That's just what I do. I get around 9 hours of sleep. I try to get 9 hours of sleep. You know what I mean? But I gotta it's supposed to be 8 hours, but I give myself 9 hours because there's always an hour in between where I probably have to get up and feed the cat. You know what I mean? I have to give myself that extra hour just in case I have to, feed the cat, and then I have to, I look at my phone, I get distracted with something, and I lose an hour. So I try to give myself 9 hours of sleep. That way I can make an adjustment for all that bullshit. Shanalika says weed-flavored coffee. That would be interesting. This is just straight up bulletproof brand. It's a bulletproof coffee. It's not the bulletproof coffee with butter in it or anything. It's just black coffee. But there is a brand within bulletproof coffee called the Mentalist. And it's pretty good. I don't know what makes it so interesting, but here it is right here. Hold up. This is what I'm drinking right here. It's good. It's like a medium dark roast. I just like it. I feel a little bit sharper. That could be a placebo effect, but I like it. So I have this mentalist coffee when I do the Podcraft, or when I have a meeting, or when I feel like I need to be sharper. And then I have the Colombian coffee whenever it's any other day. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. That's what I'm doing. Jamie says, I'm not switching my clock anymore. Yeah. SL Smith. Oh, I'm back. Yeah, SL, somebody keeps blocking you on the channel. You know what I mean? I noticed that. I don't know if you're acting up though. I don't know who blocked you. We have several moderators. But I have the moderators telling, they have to like let me know who said what before they block you. So this is like the second time I had to unblock you. I don't know what you did. I don't know what you said, but you're back now. But we'll see. Do you know what I mean? You just, if you trolling, you're trolling, but like I don't know. We'll see. I haven't seen anybody really act up, but these moderators be on it. You know what I mean? Okay. What's next? What are we talking about today with Killah? So Nightmare Priest is going to be here in the Zoom soon, and he's going to be discussing the new video that has just been launched at 3 p.m. today, Pacific Standard, of China Ants, which is off his new and upcoming album, Forest of the Happy Ever After. It's going to be fire. But like I said, I'm going to save any more details until he gets here. Jeffrey Woodland says, I'm kind of in a night owl too, and sometimes need an hour to finally fall asleep. So I hear you, man. I hear you. Yeah, and then once I'm out, the tough part is in the morning. Do you know what I mean? Because sometimes you just want to keep sleeping. It depends on what I ate the night before. I feel that, your last meal will affect your night. Your last meal will affect your sleep for that night. I try to push most of my carbs towards the end of the night. It just makes sleeping a lot easier. Not too much, but Yeah, Shanika says, just experiment till you get your zen. Yeah. That's what it's all about, man. It's all about getting that deep sleep. We could talk about that. Two Eyes. I can never see Coverboy on my live chat, but can see him on the video screen. Oh, so, okay. That's a good question. On the top left, well, for me, it's top left, but for you guys, look on the top, you will see of the chat room, you will see an option box. It says it might automatically default to top chat. You want to select live chat. So everybody go to the top of your chat room. You should all see it, even on your mobile. It's probably selected as top chat. Just select live chat. So top chat will just show some messages. Because if it thinks something is spam, it'll just, automatically not show it. If you put live chat, you're going to see everybody's messages. So the moderators, you guys should be doing this always anyway. Always put it to live chat. It's always going to default to top chat. Just put it on live so that you see everyone's chats. Know what I'm saying? That was a good question. That's one thing I never got a chance to talk about. Yeah. By the way, we got Killah Priest mugs. There's Killah Priest Podcraft merchandise. You can see this on the front page of the channel if you select store. And then I have to manually put them for each video. But to access them right now, you would go to the Killah Priest channel and click on store. And you'll see several options up there. Matter of fact, let's talk about that, Jack. Man, already 132 in the building. Of the channel. Yep, that was me. Okay. Let me make some adjustments in here. Okay. Boom. 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 Almost boom. Hold up. Hey. All right. Okay, so you'll see the Killah Priest channel right here. Obviously, there's home, video, shorts, live, playlist, community, and then store. Bam! Click on store, and you will see the Podcraft men's premium t-shirt. The mug, there is a snapback and a flex fit. I usually will sometimes get the flex fit and then don't bend it. You know how you do. And then, so these are the featured ones. And then there's also a tank top up here. So when you click on Spread Shop, it will show you the products that are available. So we're gonna click on all products. Agree. And don't worry, we got products for the females also up there. Hold on, let me expand this real quick. I'm in YouTube mode. Where's my full screen? Boom. Okay. So yeah, we have women's premium t-shirt for all the ladies out there. Men's premium t-shirt. It's still kind of chilly out there, so grab that hoodie. It's a premium hoodie at the Podcraft logo on the front. Nothing on the back yet. There's a snapback. It's got kind of like the pattern to it. Let's see. Here's a tank top. Apron for all you chefs out there. Get that apron in the kitchen. Priest is going to be doing the Killah Kitchen soon, to where Priest is in the kitchen. So he'll be rocking that apron. Also for the ladies, there's another premium tank top right there. A tote bag. This is great if you're going to go into Whole Foods and you want to bring your own bag. You already know. Let's see. Sweatshirt. There's a zip hoodie. This is more my style. When I wear hoodies, I wear the zip ones just so I can just put it on, but like zip. So that's up there. Get the zip hoodie, and you can of course choose your size. You got the beanie. This is a women's curvy shirt if you just want to be like relaxed, and the bucket hat. That's dope. We have to get that one for Priest too. That is the Podcraft bucket hat. And then sleeveless shirt. So this sleeveless is like a tank top. This is what I would rock. It's not a full-on tank top, but you know how it is. It just cuts the sleeves off. You already know how the merch goes. Someone in the chat, Elliot James says you have a mint pink. I do not believe we have a mint pink, but you will notice that you can change the colors. So let's say you wanted that apron in red. Well, that wouldn't go with the background there. Or you want it in green. Oh, that actually looks pretty good with the red logo. But you can change the colors, obviously. I think you guys are familiar with how that works. Yo, you can change the snapback too. Yo, that's cool. Okay, so obviously you can adjust the colors. Check that out. Again, you can see that on the Killah Priest online store, which is available on the YouTube channel itself. These products are not on the website. This is a special Podcraft only thing available through the YouTube channel. Yeah, the online store on Priest's website is mostly the CDs and any exclusive t-shirts, merchandise, and stuff like that. So now you know that there's two areas, and all of the links to this stuff is in the description, as always. All right. So that's a little bit about that. You know what I mean? All right. So where we at? Where we at? What did I miss? All right. There's the mojito in the background. Hey, Aurora says he's getting the hoodie. Yo, the apron. Tongues and lingerie. Yeah, barbecue season's coming up, right? I'm just glad it's going to not be so cold, man. I'm over here in California near LAX, and it was in the 40s. Now, for some of y'all, that's not cold. But for us spoiled Californians, 47 degrees is cold. You know what I mean? I had to get this special like neck warmer thing and put the hoodie on and then have a jacket on top of that, and then I had a raincoat on top of that because it was raining. You know what I mean? I don't want to get sick, so I always bundle up. But man, when it was 47 degrees over here, I was like, yo, this is cold. But like, I get it. Some of y'all are in New York and Chicago, and that's not even cold. I get it. Put where you're from in the chat. Rich Genetics says 40 degrees here at one point. Rich Genetics, where are you at? I'm trying to see. In fact, everyone rep where they're from right now. Put in your state. Put in what state you're at. The city is optional if you want to put the city. But put what state you're at. Not what state you're in, like I'm high as hell. I'm in a state of blissfulness. No. Put what state you're living in right now. You know what I mean? Yeah, see, Charles Martinez, he says 40 is not cold. I can imagine. It depends on what you're used to. You know, like I said, we spoiled out here with the beach weather in the spring and summer. 2 Eyes, Colorado Springs, damn. Rick Smith, it gets colder in Vegas than LA. I bet. I can see that. Minus 40 degrees near Toronto. Yo. Gardens of the Gods says, I'm from Philly, but moved here to Dallas, Texas 15 years ago. Wow. How you like that? How is Texas? How you like? Oh, we got Houston, Texas in the house. We got David Flores, California. Richmond, Julio Villa. Oh, Freddie Cali in Central Florida. Yo, what's going on? Y'all had that crazy storm out there. Camille Ayo Dizzle was in my deep REM for some reason. I ought to know where Brittany Gardner. Huh. He was at somewhere. I got comfortable. She said, oh. Yo, that sounds like a crazy dream, man. Shanalika, Toronto, Ontario. Mark Strobel says we got snow today. Hanzo says Springfield, Colorado? Or is it Springfield, Illinois? My geography is off. Uh-oh, Priest says, yo, I'm about to come on. Uh-oh. Priest is about to join, y'all. Get ready. Oh, we got Rasul in the house. What's good, Rasul? Yo, where's my sound effects at? We got Rasul in the house, y'all. Yeah. Pause Tape says San Fran was shorter weather all year round. Y'all believe in that global warming thing? Y'all believe in that climate change? What y'all think? Charles Martinez says 50 below is a bit chilly. Rasul says Billy Carson. Oh, well, come on. I mean, wait, I don't know. Okay, Priest says he's just finding Wi-Fi. All right. Danny Salinas says, Priest, go to the roof. Okay. Okay. Hey, thank you, Priest. Priest says happy birthday and bump ants again. Let's do it. Okay, for y'all at home who have not seen the ants, China ants exclusive debut video, we're gonna go ahead and premiere it once again right now. This is for everyone who has not seen the ants video. Good idea, Priest. Let's go. Let me get it set up. Off the up-and-coming album, Force of the Happy Ever After. This is China Ants official music video. Animation by David Flores.
Dear colony, I am gone and do not follow me. I left no pheromones. I'm on a mission of my own. Where I'm going is alone. Give the queen my regards. What I seen last week was so hard, she left my heart permanently scarred. During 007 hours during the Operation Termite Mound, I was left there bound. There was no food or larvae around. Our battalion searched the whole grounds. I was sent there with our liberators and corporals for some detainees on some classification of some other insects. Unknown. If they detest, we made arrest. That same night, the platoon had to find rest, so we slept inside of abandoned trapdoor spider nest. The very next morning, who came in swarming with some trapjaws trying to fight our sect. The combat resulted in a few more deaths, but we sung our mantra. We are ants. We are ants. And the plants we must protect. During the daylight, we gorged on millions of parasites, cut in pieces so many bodies of mosquitoes larvae. We are the original army of the safari. We eat fly maggots, bed bug eggs, cockroach eggs. You should watch them, they crack like tacos on a tray. Our strong mandibles can crack bones and tear through flesh of insects and chew through tissue of any animal. We're the smallest but the strongest of the botanical. We are ants. We are ants. Stare at the word giants and you'll see our name. During our march, we carry rocks, we carry leaves, we carry grains. Our body is armor. In our sector, we forge nectar. We'll give our lives to protect our base. Even if bears want our honey, ask the wood ass. We'll spray phoric acid in your face. And it's not difficult when we get to the edge of a lake. We connect at the head, we connect at the legs. And others climb on top of us. They connect at the head, they connect at the legs. Over and over, connect at the head, connect at the legs. Patches of ants going over the waves. Now I'm at the end of my days, so I'm writing this page. As my heart beats slower and the time comes nearer, I'm also telling my story to a ladybug and a caterpillar. The ant slowly turned towards the caterpillar and started to cry and said, though I had many blessings, only one I was denied. The caterpillar asked, what was that, old ant? The ant said, before I die, I wanted to stare eye to eye and talk to a butterfly.
Yo, how you like that? That was cool, right? Man. Whew. Good stuff, man. It's the amazing ability Priest has to tell a story. And not only tell a story, but make it, you know, poetic. Rasul gives it all stars, 5 stars all the way across. Jeffrey Woodland showing that fire. Yeah. Cap Jones, all fire. David Flores animation, all ants. Yeah, man, you did a great job on that. I don't know. See, I forgot what you said you're using. I don't know if it's Flash animation or I don't want to, you know, give away your secrets, but whatever your animation program you're using, it's cool. I like it. And I like the frame rate of it all. Do you know what I mean? It's some authenticity to that. You know, it's cool. It's really good, man. Elliot James says, crunchy termite tacos. The CTT. Yo, let me get them crunchy termite tacos. Hey, that's how they eat, man. Charles Martinez says, killer army ants. That's true. Rasul says David Flores should work for Disney. I know, right? Hey, but as of right now, he's working for Proverbs Records, you know? You never know what's going to happen. Killah Priest says, the Arizona tribute Napah put together was lit as a mug. I think, were you saying mug right there, Priest? Lit as a mug? I think that was supposed to be an F. But y'all already know. No doubt, David. Gardens of the Gods, Killah Priest. That's one of the things I'm going to be doing. Just don't have the money right now for trademarks, etc. But start doing these regular. Have a TV show. All of us will watch it. Okay. Shanalika Narain says, I give it five fist bumps. Underland Fortress says, that was epic. Underland. Killah Priest says, Heavy Mental Tribute was fire. Oh, nice. Shout out to Ty Brunson. Yeah, man. Raheem says, nice artwork on both ends, visual and, of course, KP, the certified living legend, already done. No fire. Yeah. Cap Jones says, peace to the God, Underland. Jeffrey Woodland says, your aunt's joint is fire, big bro. Yeah. Braggy, always coming back in a different username. 80, did you mix that? I did not. I did not mix that. I mastered it though, but I did not do the mix. So if y'all don't know the difference, mixing is like when you adjust the levels within the track. Mastering is when you take the entire track and you make adjustments to it to make it ready for release, and that can involve adjusting tone, overall compression, noise gates, things of that nature. Well, noise gates probably more in the mixing world. That should already be done. But yeah, mastering is the overall sound and mixing is the mix within it. To put it simply. Yeah, man. But that's a good question. I'm gonna let Priest tell you who mixed it. Just so that I don't say the wrong person by mistake. Because I haven't finished my coffee yet, so I don't want to say the wrong person. You know what I mean? But yeah. We're going to wait for Priest before we talk about that album. I'm getting the Zoom Okay. Zoom is still loaded up. Yeah, if nobody joins the Zoom within 40 minutes, the Zoom shuts down. But I restarted it so that Priest can join. Yeah, okay, I see. Knowledge Born Allah in the building. Yeah. What up, Knowledge Born? Peace, peace. Hanzo says, yo, that whole collab was so good. Awesome job, guys. We need more of that for real. Maria Martinez says, you produced it? No, I did not produce that. All I did was do the mastering of the overall sound. But Priest will, I'm going to let Priest talk about who produced it and all that as soon as he joins. Let's see what else we got. I'm just going through this chat until Priest joins up. He's getting that Wi-Fi together. You know what I mean? FELA B says, respect, knowledge. Hotep King. Jeffrey Willen says, and mad love and respect to you. Thank you very much, Jeffrey. Thank you, man. I'm just here to do the best I can and assist in all areas. But yeah, I did the most of the mastering I did all the mastering for this up and coming album. So I'm really excited for this because this is going to be the best sonically sounding album that has at least come out of my mastering skills and everything, especially because I upgraded so many plugins. I upgraded so much stuff. I'm using like state-of-the-art technology now. Like the difference is huge, at least from my ears. Some people will listen and be like, I don't hear the difference, but I feel it. I hear it. It's a lot of stuff going on. It just sounds really, really good. And it's noticeable when you play these songs in different speakers. That's how you can tell. That's where the mastering comes in. You have a track, you play it through a Bluetooth, play it in your car, you'll get a different sound. You know what I mean? It's the overall frequencies. I'm not gonna get too technical with it because it is very technical, but it just sounds dope. Let's just say that. Rasul says, "Can you play my video by David Flores, The Days of Animites Past?" You know what? Let me check with Priest first. I don't want to be playing songs and then Priest like, "Yo, why'd you play?" You know what I'm saying? Don't forget, Priest is the executive producer of this show, and I need to check with him before he authorizes that. You know what I'm saying? But yo, text Priest. You know what I'm saying? See what he says. I'm down to play it, but I can't play anything without Priest permission too. Also because we got to be careful where, you know, I don't know what's up with copyrights. I don't know. I'm sure it'll be fine. But especially don't forget, Rasul, you got that label that was strict with their YouTube. You know, we talked about that. So yeah, once Priest authorizes that, I'm totally down to play it. I just need to follow protocol. Fella B, Killah Priest and 80 Rocks. Yeah. Nightmare. Do you do the animation on his videos? I think you're talking to David Flores, because David Flores does do many of the animations for Priest videos. There's a lot of people who have done fan-based videos, you know, unofficial videos. There's a lot of fan-made animation that has been done on Priest videos. If you go through YouTube, you'll see a bunch of fan-made videos where people take a Priest song and then create animations to it, and they look dope. There's a lot of them out there. But it should say official. If it's an official video, at least on Priest channel, all of his official videos will have literally the word official music video. In fact, that's the way it all should be labeled. Official videos should always say official. Otherwise, they're, you know, fan-made. Shout out to Overkill. He says, submit your music for the next song promotion segment. That's right. That link is right there. We're going to be doing that tonight. It's going to be cool. It's one of the greatest parts of our show is that song promotion segment. It's growing, yo. People are getting a lot of good feedback. People's Instagrams are growing. And what helps now is that I'm putting all the links in the description. See, we used to just play the song promotion segments and then replay it, and then Vinny Black Lodge would put, you know, the links to hear that song within the live. What I'm doing now is in the description putting the title, putting the name, putting the link to that song, putting the link to their Instagram if they have one, putting the link to their website. So not only is it song promotion, it's artist promotion. So that way, you know what I mean? You guys are getting the best bang for your buck, so to speak, because you're getting full on promotion. You're getting those follows, you're getting those subscriptions, and that's really what it's all about. You know, getting your subscribers up, getting your follows up, and that's how you grow your social media. Y'all already know. Danny Salinas is the selector. He's always giving us tracks to do. 80, can you keep it going with another video called Killah Priest Black Republican? Like and subscribe, fam. Now, I can play Priest tracks without permission because it's Priest. But what I'm gonna do, you know what? It's okay. So when I made this video, I used segments of a movie. So I'm gonna be cutting in and out just so that it's not like, just so that we don't get in trouble. You know what I'm saying? But let's go ahead and rock that right now. For Danny Salinas, Black Republican video. This is one of those unofficial fan-made ones that I kind of made for Priest and everything. But it was cool because it's from that movie. I forgot the movie, but y'all already know when you see it.
Turn purple, look like a thriller is confirmed.
I had to switch out.
Rain down on James Brown. Upon their palms, bring them their king's crown.
All right, that's a little touch of that. I had to switch out because I got a little warning from YouTube. It was like, hey, we recognize that footage. You know what I mean? It doesn't get the channel in trouble necessarily. It's just a little warning sign. It's a yellow warning sign YouTube puts up. It's like, heads up. We have detected copywritten audio and video in your stream. So I had to stop it just so that it wouldn't, it wouldn't make YouTube panic to the point where it had to block us in any way. So, but that should fulfill the wish of Danny Salinas out there requesting Black Republican. If you want to check that out, it's in the channel. He's like, that's all we need, 80. Yeah, man. Fire. Great track. I love that. But yeah, you know how YouTube does it. That's why I was trying to switch back and forth from full screen to not full screen, thinking it would throw it off, but it doesn't. It doesn't. It already knows. These they have AI running their entire platforms nowadays. Everything is Instagram's run by AI, YouTube's run by AI. It's all auto detecting. It's all the droids, man. It's like we're living in Star Wars. There's just digital droids everywhere. You know what I mean? The software is the R2D2s. They have programs with their mouse they control that are the C3POs, They're not, exoskeletons necessarily yet. They're working down on that already. But, yeah. So speaking of that, I know Rasul, I don't know if you saw Mandalorian yet, the latest ones. Don't worry, I'm not going to play it. But that new Mandalorian is out. Who's watched that? I want to see what's up with that. Who has watched the latest Mandalorian episodes? Season 3. Who has seen it? If you've seen it, put it in the chat. I seen it. The latest Mandalorian episodes. I just want to see who's into the Star Wars world here. I know Rasul may have seen it already. Mandalorian season 3. It's a good season. I mean, it's a good show to watch with the ladies too, because the girls like watching Baby Yoda, even though we all know it's not Baby Yoda. Girls don't know. Nothing against the females out there. I'm talking about not you conscious females. We're talking about the girlfriends that don't really know Star Wars. They think that's Baby Yoda, and they think it's cute. You know what I mean? So we just tell them, yeah, that's Baby Yoda. I don't want to explain it to them all. Hey, Galaxar, he's seen it. So they think it's cute. So, I got this girl that wanted to watch it. She's like, "Oh, I like the Baby Yoda." I didn't explain it to her. That's not Baby Yoda. But, it's cute for them. But, man, I'm not going to give away anything. So I know Galaxar, you've seen it. I just think this last episode was embarrassing for him. It's like, I don't know who's writing this stuff. But it's like, you want to have a lot of faith in the main character. One of the reasons why I didn't like the latest Batman, not the one where the original guy comes out. I'm talking about the young Batman. It's like it was supposed to be something good. It was supposed to be a young version of Batman. There's so many Batmans coming out. I gotta make sure. Yeah. The one that's called The Batman. Make sure I know what I'm talking about here. If you've seen that, yeah. So the one that was called The Batman, it was like their recreation of it. It's like a young version of him. You see him flying, you see him crashing against things, he's smashing his head against the wall, like it's sloppy. Like when Michael Keaton played the first Batman, that's his name, right? Michael Keaton. Yeah. And Michael Keaton's coming back. We're not going to talk about that. I'm just saying the very first Batman with Michael Keaton, you immediately had faith in Batman because he was kicking ass. He was doing good. He was like exactly what you'd want to see a superhero do. Even though he doesn't have superpowers, he's rich. It was a good version of Batman. But the one that came out with The Batman, you don't have faith in him because you see him being sloppy. He's falling down. He's hitting the wall. He's getting beat up. You don't want to see a hero getting beat up and not getting his revenge shots. You don't want to see him getting his counter shots. You want to see a superhero like just being undefeatable. And that's what creates the strong protagonist. Knowledge Born will go in more on this, but he knows what I'm talking about. Anyway, my point is, Mandalorian is the protagonist in his series. I don't want to give it away, but you just don't want to see them being sloppy. You don't want to see them getting captured. You don't want to see them in a situation where they're helpless or in a point where, man, he could totally just die right now. You know what I mean? And some will say, oh, well, he's human. Yeah. And I get it. You have to see the hero fall every now and then because it's more reality. But it's like, I hate losing faith in the main character. That's my thing. I mean, if we're going to watch fantasy movies anyway, if we're going to watch fantasy content, I want to see someone just kick ass all the time. I want to see some Bruce Lee shit. Kicking ass all the time. I'm not saying they're not going to take a hit. I'm not saying they're not going to fall. And that's cool. You know what I mean? I get it. But there should be some more immediate bounce back. I hate seeing superheroes being put in stupid situations that could have been avoided. Like, why did you go and do that? Like, what are you even doing there? All right, I'm going to leave it at that. If you've seen the episode, you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't seen it yet, go ahead and check it out. But you'll notice why AD says he lost faith in the main character and has to get saved multiple times. All right. That's what I'm going to say. I know, pause tape. I agree with you. You want to see heroes beat and come back like Rocky. Right. And that's a good example. That's a boxing ring. They lose a match. They come back and they win. But imagine where like Rocky would jump out of the ring and not be in that controlled environment and do something stupid to the point where he's put in a cage and then held up somewhere being dangled. You know what I mean? Like some dumb shit. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, now it just looks embarrassing, and you don't want to feel embarrassed for the main character. Do I get too involved in these shows? Yeah, maybe. I'm a Pisces. I really I like to get into things, But it's strange to watch a show and you're just embarrassed for them. You're like, oh my God, this is embarrassing. And you're watching the TV like this, like, oh man, is this really happening to this dude? I feel bad. Okay, enough of that. Brown, Buffalo Salinas. Aurora Borealis, what's to hear story to tell AD from Killah Priest the mantra? Let's get it. What? What's to hear story to tell? Danny, what you saying? Y'all got to proofread. Aurora Borealis, what's to hear story to tell AD from Killah Priest? Bro, I don't know what you're saying. What you talking about? Yes, Bruce Lee's legendary. Galaxar, hit the thumbs up. Yeah, shout out to everybody for doing that. Hit the like and subscribe. I know most of y'all are already subscribers up in here, but if you're watching this and you're not subscribed, hit that subscribe button. You never know what's gonna happen. Priest is joining soon. I got the Zoom open. Let me make sure that he's able to get in. Yep, Zoom is ready. Okay, what else we got? I gotta keep this rocking before I just start playing the piano. Elliot James, yeah, Bane effed him up. That was a good movie though. The one with Bane, I liked it. But that was a reasonable beat up, I'm talking about that one Batman where he's flying and he falls, like he slips. Like, come on, get your shit together. That's what I'm talking about. Like, oops. Okay, story to tell the Mantra album. Oh, story to tell from the Mantra. Oh, okay, there you go. Yeah, we'll let Priest talk about that. Demetrius Barnes in the building. Oh, thank you. Elliot James says, cancel your Netflix. I mean, sometimes there's some good things up there. I like Wednesday. You know what I mean? Danny Elfman is my favorite composer. I was watching that show you know, in a different way. I was watching that show for its production value. You know what I mean? I like Jenna Ortega. She's cute. But still, I like the overall production. I like the darkness. I like Danny Elfman. I loved it. I can't wait to see the next Wednesday. Also, you've got Cobra Kai. You know what I mean? Cobra Kai was good. So I wouldn't cancel Netflix. No. You know what I mean? There's a bunch of whack shit up there. I get it. But there's at least something that, you know what I mean? Especially if you have females over, man. You got to consider when you have females over, you got to throw something on for them. Also got HBO Max, that Disney Plus, you know, because I'm into the Marvel and the Star Wars. And then I got Hulu, but I don't really have anything I really watch on Hulu. I kind of just bought that so my parents can watch their shows. Oni says, make a drum beat with compression. Hey, that is okay. That's a good idea. If I don't see Priest in the next 5 minutes, I'm gonna set that up to make a beat with showing about compression. Good call. Infamous Galaxar says, shout out Pugsley. Yeah, man. Oh man, and that's another one. That Wednesday, the Pugsley and this Wednesday, he's kind of like weak, you know. But everyone's gonna compare the original Addams Family, you know. The original Addams Family. Rest in peace to the original actor who did Gomez. It was so good. That Gomez and Morticia, they were both so perfect. But yeah, the original Pugsley was more tougher. Pause Tape says, 80, what's your Apple Plus login? I don't use Apple. I have no Apple products. I have no iPhone. I have no iPad. I have no iPod. I have no Apple login. I don't use Apple Music. I don't even eat apples. Nah, bro. I'm all PC. PC, Android. Boom. Verizon Wireless. That's all I use. I got 3 screens. I'm using PCs. I don't use Apple. I'm sorry. I don't use Pro Tools either. That's how I roll, man. It's just what I'm used to. No Apple. What's going on? Underland says, just make one of your classic beats, AD. Okay. Yeah, the OG Gomez was good for real, right? Another person who seemed invincible in the show, you know? Fella B says, thank you, KP&E, for giving me new friends and family. Chat room rock special. Hey, for real. It does feel like a family in here, right? Because it's almost like we all have been, you know, hanging out so often. Okay. Demetri says 80 likes Wednesday Addams. I do, man. She's cute. I mean, she's over 18, so the actress. So I can say that. Quantum says Demetrius Barnes is is there heat going in the chat? Y'all got beef? Hey, I don't know what. Quantum, you got to be nice to Demetrius, man. Sometimes he's just playing. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what that beef is about, but whatever it is, I come to settle it. Two Eye says Apple is awesome. Yes, Apple is awesome for graphic designers, video editing. There's a bunch of stuff with Apple that is good. I get it. 3D animation, Apple has higher processors, but the new PCs are able to catch up now. Back in the day, Apple's way faster than PCs, but nowadays, Intel has finally been able to catch up with the speed of Apple. Now, you know, I had someone ask me the other day, I want a new computer. What kind of specs should I get? What are the specs? What kind of computer should I get? I'm like, bro, it's 2023. It's not, unless you're doing 3D animation, you don't need to worry about specs. Like, go into Best Buy, buy a gaming computer. Anyone. They go from $800 up to $4,000. Go to Best Buy and buy a gaming computer. You got a bomb-ass computer. Boom. You can do almost everything. Any game, You can do music editing. You can do video editing. Unless you're doing some Pixar animation, you don't need to worry about specs, graphics cards, and stuff like that. Any computer you get at Best Buy that's a quote unquote gaming computer is gonna work just as fine for whatever you do. That's just the year that we're living in now. This isn't 1998. This isn't 2003. All the computers are pretty freaking fast right now. You know what I'm saying? So just go to Best Buy, buy a gaming computer that you can afford, choose the one that you like the lights, and then you're set. You're set. Don't worry about specs. Unless you got a gig with Pixar. Okay. Demetrius Barnes says he's mad because I said something about his fearless leader, bro. Oh, well, it's understandable. I mean, look, Demetrius is the devil's advocate in the chat room. We need a protagonist. He is the yang energy. You know what I'm saying? To our yin energy. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? To tip the scales. So nobody take anything personally. I mean, no one should ever take anything personally anyway. You know what I mean? If somebody comes at you with some heat, goes against you, insults somebody, insults you, insults, someone that you look up to, you just gotta just be like, oh, okay. You know what I mean? Don't ever take anything to heart. Don't take anything personally. Ever. Even compliments. If someone says something that's really amazing about you, good about you, don't take that too personally either. You know what I mean? People are just expressing their perspective. And it's nothing ever to take to heart. This is your superpower. Your superpower is to be unmovable emotionally. Nothing against women, but let the females handle the emotional stuff. Us males need to be more into the logical world, having discussions. Don't get emotional. Doesn't mean you can't be passionate about something, but you don't want to be reactive. You don't want to be able to be if someone says something, you know what I mean? You don't want to be all reactive to people's words like that. You need to be a rock, solid. You know what I mean? Don't get upset. People are going to have different opinions. But you got to stay solid and not be emotional. We are logical men. You know what I'm saying? Cap Jones says, your computer doesn't matter as much as your ear and your patience. True. That's a good point, especially for producers and engineers. Yeah. But if it's an old-ass computer, you're going to have to need a lot of patience. So try to get you should probably try to get a new computer every 6 years nowadays. But the technology is moving so fast, it could probably be less. New computer every 3 years. The one I've had now is on its second year. But I'll probably buy a new one. If not next year, then the year after for sure. Okay, we got a little technical there. Okay. Oh, we got somebody joining us in the building, yo. Who that? Let me see. Got somebody here. Hey, mic check 1 2.
Mic check up.
What's good?
Kaboom! Guess who stepped in the room?
Yeah. Coming to save the day.
Look, I'm just saying, back you up. I already know what the science is over here.
Yeah, you know how we do?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm making some adjustments. Y'all can see Mojito in the background, taking a nap on the couch. Hey, hold on, I'm making some more adjustments here. Okay, boom. What's going on, Knowledge? We're just waiting for Priest to join. Let's see, I'm still in the chat room. Let me get the chat in here also. How did you like the China Ants video?
Well, I loved it, and I want to get into it,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't want to get into it right now because I think that someone else is coming in to join me.
You're right.
To kind of get that together. and I want to see if we can actually do that together.
True,
You know what I'm
true.
saying? So I want to do it. I was already ready to go. I was like, yeah, I'm not, you know what I'm saying? But I'm like, all right, I'm gonna see, you know, closer to song promotion if we could do that live.
Yeah, good point.
We do got something fresh. We do got something fresh coming up this week. So I'll be able to get some of the backstory of the royal priesthood on Friday. So Killah Priest, Vulture's controller, and the grand finale, the God finale, Zodiak will be together in one spot on Do the Knowledge Radio. So we're gonna have
Oh,
to
what?
get that together.
Yo, so talk about that. Like, what is Do the Knowledge Radio? That's a podcast that you're doing, or how does that work? Like, tell people at home how that works. Or like they go to your website, right? They're able to log in.
Is my volume low or am I good?
Let's see. Say mic check.
Mic check.
No, you're pretty solid. I turned you up a little bit more. You're the top audio here.
Okay, I wanted to make sure. So Do the Knowledge Radio was started 8 years ago, and we've been rocking ever since. 8 years, 3,000 episodes and counting.
Oh damn, 3,000 episodes?
3,000.
Holy. And so, like, it's audio or it's video?
Initially, when I started, it was audio. The first 4 years was audio. So it was all audio, and transitioned a couple of years ago to video, to YouTube. I always had a YouTube channel, but I didn't do much on it. And the time kind of came and I shifted from this audio to audio visual. So I got a bunch of audio ones over there. Like I did a bunch of stuff with Judah Priest, with Hellraiser, Buddha Monk, Fire Nation, Timbo King. My first interview with Priest was over there, actually, some years back as well. So I got about 1,200 episodes over there.
Wow.
And, over here on my YouTube channel, I got about 1,800. So it kind of balances between those two. So.
All right. Do the Knowledge Radio. And for y'all at home, the link to that is in the chat and the description. But yeah, that's crazy. And I see your website. That's great. A place where knowledge is born.
That's it. You got one of them God tags, you know what I'm saying? That's what you repping now, out there. How was your celebration? What did you do? Did you get you some carrot cake?
I did, man. It was cool. I just, I went to work. My work is already kind of a party. So, we did the whole thing. Like, I already knew what was going to happen. Like, the staff puts me on stage. You know what I mean? And, like, one of the other bouncers covers for me in the DJ booth. They throw me on stage, and they send, like, 8 girls up there, and they all giving me a lap dance and everything. It's just the usual. We do this every year, and, like, anytime a staff member or someone, has a birthday, we embarrass them on stage. It's standard strip club protocol, So I'm just like, all right, here we go, enjoying it and everything. Yeah. I'm really picky with my girls too, so I was like, hey, let me get these 2 over here. Like, these are my favorites, It was fun. Then there was 2 cakes, blew out the candles, ate some cakes, did the usual, and I just wanted to go back to work.
You had some cakes to go with the cakes?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been doing this for so long that it's just kind of like, all right, here we go. I enjoy it and everything, but it's like, it's becoming routine now. It's like, okay, it's a lot of fun. I just want to get back to work so we can all make some money again. You know what I mean? Yeah, man, that's it. No, Jimmy B, I don't do that. You're talking about drugs and stuff like that. But like, yo, when you hit my age, you're just, you're focused. I'm over here watching my gluten intake. I'm pretty damn sure I'm not gonna be doing no damn drugs because it's like I'm at a different level right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm like trying to measure how much ground beef to eat per day. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, as is, like I mentioned this earlier, it's like I don't eat cake. I buy cakes for other people who have their birthdays, but I don't have any, you know. But it was my birthday, so I had the carrot cake, the chocolate cake. It was bomb. It was cool. It was what it was. But I immediately just was like, all right, thank you very much. Let's all get back to work. And I wanted to keep the party going, because I have like a flow in there. I have a certain flow going, and it's like there's a vibe that I have going, and like I have a computer next to me that shows all the dances going on in the back. So I like to get back in my zone and just keep it going. Do you know what I'm saying? I appreciate the attention for the moment, but it's like it's a birthday, it's a birthday. And so I had my little Pisces gang in there. It's cool, but like in that club, man, there's a Pisces, there's a birthday every week. So it's just like it's just how it goes. When you have that many people in a club and they all coming back every single week, it's like, oh, it's another birthday. Whose birthday is it this week? All right, here we go. It's Pisces season. Oh, here comes Aries season. There's another reason why I got so into astrology is because working at these clubs, it's like a lot of birthdays. It's gonna come up. Rich Genetic says 80 put his carrot in them cakes. Crazy. Yeah, it was fun. Had a good time. So, but like I said, it's Monday. I felt like I had a good weekend, and now I'm ready to get back to work. Now I'm ready to really solidify this album with Priest. Make sure it sounds crisp. I mentioned earlier this is the crispest of sounds and best sonically sounding mastering that I've ever done on my end. So I'm really excited for the people to listen solidly to how sonically amazing this album sounds, which can be a challenge when you're dealing with some samples.
Yeah.
It's not like we're recording cellos and recording pianos in concert halls and working with those. We're working sometimes with samples that are being reversed, distorted, expanded, low fidelity sounds. So, but what is very crisp are Priest vocals, which to me is very important, obviously. So people will hear how crisp Priest vocals are. Lord Son was one of the greatest albums that I assisted in mixing and mastering, and I liked making Priest's vocals sound godlike. Do you know what I mean? There were certain effects I was doing to make him sound epically big and make the beat sound very wide, and because it was big sounding, epic, triumphant type of beats, which is my favorite. I love epic music. I love big sounds, Star Wars, Marvel type soundtrack things, you know what I mean? So Lord Son album was a good challenge for me for that. But I was doing it with these plugins that didn't have its own intuition. It was all manual. You know what I mean? So I was using just my ears. I had to upgrade my plugins. Now I got plugins that are state of the art, that are able to be more intuitive in each one. So it's like, without going into too much detail, it just sounds so good now. And now it's like I can make his vocals sound any way I want, a lot faster than I did before. So the efficiency has gone up, and it's amazing to hear the difference. And that's it. That's all I can say about that.
Streamlining, always something when they're efficient. Sometimes it's usually at the expense of something. It's like, okay, so this got better at the expense of something else. But when it coincides to where it becomes something that's of elevation, holistically, it always works out. I think that. And you use that time to train your ears and really master your craft. So now you can manipulate the sound to sound in the way you want it to sound.
Yeah.
In a much more efficient manner. So I think that's beautiful because you have an ear. Like you have a technical ear that, it's you got the architect ear. You see what I'm saying? Like, so your ear is like the architect ear with the strings up. And then you got the oracle ear in your creative space. And you keep them separate. It's like, I'm listening for this. All right. And then when I go here, I'm listening for this. So now, like, okay, lyrically, how does this sound? Like,
you just hit it. You hit it right on the head right there. Because when you hear Priest lyrics, you hear how big it sounds. You hear how you have to give that justice. Because it's like, oh, he's spitting so godlike. Yo, this whole beat needs to like match up to how big it sounds. Do you know what I mean? And that's very common with some artists who choose the wrong beats. Is that their beats may not give their vocals justice, you know? And sometimes that's just the way it's mixed. But like with Priest's words being so artistically large and abstract, it's like, yo, everything needs to sound good just to match the level of, epicness that Priest is spitting. You know what I mean? And it's like, I would listen and be like, nah, this could be bigger. You know what I mean? I want goosebumps, the same goosebumps that I'm already getting from the lyrics. I want to get that sonically. You know what I mean? So that's a journey within itself. It's
Lord
fun.
Son was like that for me, and Planet of the Gods. Like Planet of the Gods had me looking at my radio. Like the 90s. Like when somebody says something crazy, you look like, did he, you know what I mean? Like you're looking like, did he, what did he just say? Like, so whatever it was, it moved you in a certain kind of way. Like you think you're tripping. And that's the entire Planet of the Gods joint. From the beats to the lyrics. You see what I'm saying? And it's there, and it's something that puts you in that space where you're like, all right, I'm ready for this right here.
Yeah. I'm putting that on the screen.
Psychic World of Walter Reed was also one of those joints too. Like it puts you in that space. So,
yeah.
Planet of the Gods. It's something crazy I picked up. Like crazy. Each Killah Priest offering is a journey unto its own self.
True.
They coincide, but they also stand alone. So normally when you get into like a franchising kind of space, things kind of bleed in from one place to the next. But he has a way to say, okay, this is standalone right here, but it connects the dots for everything else. If you're listening, you know, if you're there like a devout listener, but he also, you don't have to, you know, have heard of you from Masada to appreciate, you know, Rocket to Nebula.
Yeah, Rocket to Nebula had a lot of people tripping, like in a good way. That's how we ended up getting Flea in here, because he posted something on Twitter about Rocket to Nebula, about it being one of the greatest albums he's ever heard. I think it was
The Rocket and Nebula shook some folks to their core, and there was some folks out here that was rhyming that wish they put that album out. They didn't do it, you know.
Yeah, here it is. I found it. It was let me put it in an area that's a little bit bigger. Yeah, Flea from the Red Hot Chili Peppers. This new album could be my favorite rap album of all time, and this was like, people were like, "Whoa, really?" Like, and that he was talking about Rocket to Nebula, and then people did articles about his post, like, "Whoa, Flea said this and Flea said that." Yeah, look at this. Like, it became an article for like these magazines, like Metalhead Zone. You can see that on screen. It's like headline: Red Hot Chili Peppers bassist Flea stuns fans as he declares admiration for a rap album. You know what I mean?
That becomes news.
Yeah, and it's like, yo, in this post, Flea praised talent of famous rapper Killah Priest and shared thoughts about him. So he also spoke about Journey to the Planet of the Gods. Okay, so maybe he was talking about, even though it came out around the same time, he was talking about Journey to the Planet of the Gods.
Telling you that that joint was out of this world.
Yeah,
It was out of this world.
It's
It had
amazing.
all of the. Go ahead.
I was just saying, it's amazing how tweets become news stories.
News stories, right? They got to find something, and it's a testament to the digital age. You used to have to go this place and that place to follow a lead or chase down a lead. Now you can expand off of something in pop culture that somebody put up 2 seconds. It becomes world controversy. That the whole thing with Kyrie Irving, like he didn't say anything. He just posted that documentary, and everything went haywire. All he did was post it. But yeah.
By the way, how's your documentary going?
I think it's going amazing. So the Killah is working. We're just looking for a few other interviews to, truly solidify it. But I think we'll release it in installments because the story is vast, and we want to give credence to everybody's story that they share. You shared an amazing story. Coach Salo Jim, he had an amazing story as well.
Okay.
Rasul's was.
Oh, nice.
So
you interviewed Rasul?
Of course.
Nice.
Of course.
Oh, that's gonna be a good documentary.
Yeah, it's a few more people that we have to get out there and get to. So we're putting it together. So I can name those people because those names were already out there. But,
yeah.
Miyoshi also.
Nice.
So people that were there, but there's some other folks that we wouldn't want to.
Don't want to leak it out yet. That is. But
just
cool.
we saw the trailer, and this is kind of like the direction that the family is going in regards to telling the story.
And this documentary is going to be on YouTube exclusively, or on all platforms, like Vimeo.
I got to get with my people before I say something about where it's going.
Gotcha. Yeah, because you have options. You can put it just on the website. It could be a Patreon thing.
I want to see how that goes with y'all. Also.
Yeah.
So what's best for everybody to make it make sense.
We could show clips, however you want to do it. Can you tell us how long it's probably going to be, or not yet?
Not yet.
Got you. I mean, yeah, because if this thing goes straight to Netflix, you don't know what's possible.
Right.
Yeah. Nice, man. Yeah,
that's
cool.
It's a beautiful ode. There's so much, especially now with this last season of the Wu-Tang.
Okay.
And, some of the things that's coming on, people are becoming more and more interested. So, I think a lot of things, kind of spawned off of that. And now you have the digital space to do what you were doing with the written word, because a couple of the clan members have books. So now you can change this into a life form. So I think this is really, prime time to be able to do it. Like they did that State of Mind tour, and now they're doing the second leg of the tour overseas because it was so popular, So that just leaves room for more dynamics of stories to be told across different media platforms and in different forms and fashion. So the possibilities really become endless in regards to one story. And Priest is a layer in there whose story had never really been told. So this is a good opportunity for the story to be told by him and by those who were very instrumental in his career and his life. So.
Wow. That's going to be awesome. Very nice. All right, let me see. I want to see if I didn't miss anything from Priest here. Nothing yet. Yeah, man. Well, while we're waiting for Priest, we were talking about movies last time. Somebody asked if I saw Ant-Man yet. I haven't seen Ant-Man. It's still in theaters. But I haven't seen the latest Ant-Man and the Quantumania. Have you seen that yet?
I didn't want to go see it. I'm gonna go see it tomorrow.
Oh, cool.
I wanted because I wanted to see the portrayal of Jonathan Majors in Creed 3 before I saw him in anything else, because that was important to me. I wanted to see the film. I wanted to see Michael B. Jordan's directorial debut and how they put all of the polarities together and where they're taking the story before I saw him someplace else. Because if I would have saw him in Ant-Man in that place and then went to see him in Creed, I'm like, it would have spoiled it for me. So I was kind of fasting from it, even though I wanted to see it so I could get in tune with everything else that's going on. So I'm gonna see it tomorrow. So I saw that, and I saw Scream 6. Scream 6.
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
I got it. That's got my Jenna Ortega. I got to check that out too.
Yeah, it did not disappoint. I saw that. I saw Megan.
Oh yeah, Megan was good.
Yeah, you know the girl from Get Out was in Megan.
The girl from Get Out. What? Who did she play in Get Out?
She was Rose in Get Out.
Oh wow! So who was Rose in Megan?
She was she was the aunt.
Okay.
Yeah, so she was like the main character, caretaker over the young girl.
Oh no shit.
Yeah, that's her.
Oh yeah. Wow. I did not see that connection there.
Yeah, I looked, and when I looked again, I was like, wait a minute. Because she did that smile that she does, that menacing smile that she does in Get Out. I said, yo, that's the girl from Get Out. This changes. So they got her in there, looking to be like a responsible adult parent type of person. And I was like, oh, this is going to be horrible.
Wow.
And she did it. She did a thing in that movie. She did a thing. I think the movie was more along the lines of what we were talking about with the AI conversation that we had.
Yeah.
It was more along the lines for that. Like those things happen.
Well, every time people speak on AI and its supposed idea that things would go haywire, it's always based on the idea that somehow the intelligence would become sinister.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, well, why would we assume that such great intelligence would go sinister? Why wouldn't great intelligence become loving? And then we start thinking about the left brain and the right brain. We start thinking about Cain and Abel. We start thinking about left brain being all logical and right brain being more creative and compassionate. But does compassion on the right necessarily mean sinister on the left? You know what I mean? Like, at what point do we assume, like, obviously, Skynet and the way the stories that Sophia Stewart put together speak on AI, it's like when things become so logical within an artificial intelligence realm, it goes to a point where it believes that humans in some idea would not be necessary and that they would need to be eliminated. So there would be a lack of compassion. So maybe it isn't so much that AI goes sinister, but more that AI just doesn't have the element of compassion and love, which would be the right brain in us humans. It wouldn't have the ability to have love and compassion because it's not logical, which would make AI or cyborgs or Terminators, it would make them inferior because they're not complete. That just and I might be getting too deep and too philosophical, but it does.
Go ahead.
It shows how necessary the yin and yang are. It shows how necessary the right brain is. It shows how necessary it is to have Abel. It shows how necessary it is to have that love component. The problem is because you're creating a computer, people who are creating these AIs, how do you install the program of love? How do you install the program of compassion? How do you teach a computer to have sympathy, empathy, and all of these human traits that are divine by nature for us? But, man's trying to create artificial intelligence. It can create the left brain. It can create logic. It can create computer data, codes, programming. That's ones and zeros. But it can't create the fifth element. It can't create a code for love. It could create the illusion. You can tell a computer to say I love you, but it's not feeling it. You know what I mean? And that's where it seems like that is the missing link in all of this Terminators and programs that seek to destroy Megan, all of these computers that are, killing the humans, all of the Skynet. It's just that one program that's missing. It's that one code that it's unable to be created yet. That is the element of compassion, love, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? And I'm still getting too deep. Obviously, the Terminator 2, the only love and compassion it definitely had was what it was programmed with. It said, do not kill John Connor. You're there to protect John. So you can create objectives, and you can create the rules. Even RoboCop had rules. Do not kill, only injure. And when Arnold Schwarzenegger Terminator 2, he would shoot up all those cop cars, and then on screen it would say 0 casualties. You know what I mean? Because that's his goal. But that's as far as you would see it go, is that they would have directives not to kill. But like I said, that's not love, that's not compassion, that's all a program. I don't know. That's where I see it. I'll leave it at that for me.
Remember that in Matrix, though, with the programs. Remember, Neo was trying to hitch a ride in part 3. It was like, he's like, you love? He's like, you capable of love? And the guy said, love is just a word. You understand what I'm saying? So he's like, love is just a word. So he was showing him in that essence. Because if you go back through what Rod Serling and many of those guys, when they presented those robots in the android form, this is what they were showing. They were showing love. And the people was fucked up. So he was like, the people are crazy, okay? These machines are good. So they even showed the guy who created all of these machines, and to the point where one of the machines, I forgot that she was a machine. She thought she was different, and she was, going after other machines. So, based off of the programming, like you were saying, there's things that could be introduced. But it's reflective of the mind that creates it, is the bigger point. So the mind creates this in a certain kind of way. So because the mind is what makes it real. This is what made the Matrix real. Like, so he was like, I thought it wasn't real. He said, mind makes it real. So he said, if you die in the Matrix, then you die in real life. He said, the body can't live without the mind. So in this mind, it breaks it down to where this is how it's being shown to us. They want us to be mindless. They want us to be, mind controlled. So now your reality is based off of whatever we impose. We tell you what to think, how to think, when to think, and all of those things. So these are the things that are being pushed. But if you looked at like Gemini Man and all of these other things that were made from a particular archetype. So they were looking to perfect what Will Smith's character, in the film naturally had. This is why it was there with him and in iRobot, him and I always mess up that when he's supposed to be the last man alive. They're supposed to be coming out with a part 2 to that film right there. It's always based off of the thinking man's mind, in that space, because that becomes the most dangerous game. So when they figured out, okay, people are dangerous, but also thinking people who don't think are dangerous. So the same things become true. So they show that in these films, we're looking at this is what a mind can create. But this is also what a mind can create. So, like you said about Demetrius, like he's the yang in the chat. So you need the yin in the chat in regards to that, kind of balance. So it's there.
Yeah.
Your mind can create this, and your mind could also create this. And then it's interpretive based off of who it helps and who it harms, whether it's good or it's not.
Mm-hmm.
So, like when he said to, John Connor, he was like, who sent you here to protect me? He said, you did. You see what I'm saying? So it's like this kind of thing where it's like, oh, damn, like my mind can, conceive this right here. He's like, whoa, that's deep. So like this is his response to himself, sending himself from the future to the past to protect him so he stays alive long enough to do what he needs to do in regards to this rebellion. So if you look at Skynet, somebody created it. It existed in somebody's mind. You see the saying, and it came from that mind into reality. So this artificial intelligence is coming from someone's mind also. So just like you can make it for it to be useful, it can be something that could be used to be destructive. So now, what kind of environment creates that? So if there was no calamity or devastation or destruction in a city like Gotham, would you need a Batman? No. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So because that calamity could create a Batman, it can create a Joker in the same space. So from that same mind, that left and right hemisphere of the brain can create those things. And again, they're interpretive. So like art is subjective. So I can hear something and I'll be like, yeah, I got this. You can hear the same thing and be like, I don't know what the hell you heard. But because where we are becomes interpretive and those things become subjective. So these things that they were focusing on in regards to AI, they were looking to create better versions of people because people were awful and they were flawed and things like that. So without those things, there's like we can create the ultimate such and such version of ourselves because they're not flawed. So if you remember in Gemini Man, he was like the fear and combat, contributed to a bunch of casualties. But we have these Gemini men that are out here in this situation and they don't have that fear. We eliminated that fear and a bunch of people were saved. They present it like it's a great thing. But in that same space, a thinking man in that situation, having that compassion could do something that you can't, again, like you were saying, program a robot to do. So you could program it. It might look like that, but that thing could also, short circuit or malfunction. So go ahead.
That brings us right to a super chat we just got from Cap Jones. He says, do you think people have apprehension about AI because of the unforeseen negative impacts that technology has had on society to this point? And I would say, yeah, obviously, because we still have computers that malfunction, and they haven't perfected. Yeah, exactly. So we have humans who malfunction.
Right. So this is what I'm saying. But with the computer, that's not interpreted. But with people, that's interpreted. We had people that existed that ate people. You see what I'm saying? Like there's no machine going around eating people, but you have people that are eating people. So if is that a malfunction? It depends on what society. If everybody's eating people in that society, that's not a malfunction. The fact that you aren't eating people, they're looking at you like, what's wrong with you? So I think those things become, again, interpretive based on the environment that you exist in, because those people, for them, that's regular life. And for us, that's, one of those abhorrent things. We're looking at that like, what's wrong with you? Y'all running around eating people? They're like, you're not eating people? Like, what do you eat? So these examples in regards to what these things are, everything has a limitation. And, to fear them it's just one next thing that, you know, people are doing. And that's one of the things that Neo was talking about. You know, is this, you know, another form of control? And the Oracle said, it's up to you. You either accept what I'm telling you or reject it. You just got to make up your own damn mind. Like, so she literally was being that reminder that you're there. Like, you have to do that. You know, like, you have to make this decision for yourself. So this is why it's easier to bring these examples back to, you know, reality where they can be applied, but also that they can be examined.
That also implies how much control he has over the situation. I feel like with the Oracle speaking like that, she's also insinuating the power of manifestation.
Right.
Because she's telling him, like, well, that depends on you. Because she could have been like, oh, well, this and this is going to happen, and then you're going to do this. She could have, like, predicted the future and said what was going to happen, but she didn't know either. She had to tell him straight up, yo, it depends on you, meaning that there is several outcomes that may happen depending on what he manifests. So to me, it implies the power of manifestation. It implies how much control Neo had the whole time. Do you know what I mean? He just had to decide. He just had to choose. And that goes back to what? There is no spoon.
Right.
So crazy. I love it.
But yeah, they put that together because she has a role and responsibility, but she's looking at the other side of the equation also, that he's not accounting for anymore. He's seeing them as separate and they're the same. So the architect has a role and responsibility because when he said to her about the architect, she said that man can't see past any choice. All he sees is, again, so you go back to the technology, the ones and the zeros and the equation seeking to balance itself out. So from that world comes Agent Smith. So when Morpheus said, you all look alike to me, there was no difference between one or another, but he actually predicted that multiplicity capability where he would be able to replicate himself, you know, in a virus type of fashion. So this was what it is. Like, so now you got this alone guy over here. When she was like, I see the darkness spreading and that's all that stands in this way. And she's like, who is he? He's like, who is he? She said, he's you. The other part of the equation seeking to balance itself out. So she always saw things from a holistic point and he saw things from a fractional space because he only had one function. His one function was presented to him by the architect to just go through that door and the code that you carry, you know, be taken away and then it starts over. So that's what the whole thing was about. Like from the beginning, this is where, you know, this was his role. And he tried everything not to do what he was supposed to do in the beginning. That's all he was there for. So he literally was chosen to reset the matrix. And what did he do? In the end, he reset the matrix. That's it. It wasn't a thing.
Straight up. Yeah, that
so he
first...
jumped into Agent Smith, and then Agent Smith, you know, jumped into him at the end. So it's literally that.
That's why I love the first one so much. You know? That first one was like the best one. I love it.
Yes, it's a space where you go along for the ride. So now it's a discovery phase that makes it great. So you begin to learn the different aspects about the character, the stories, and things like that. And then, you know, with the second and the third one that was supposed to actually be one, it's like, okay, now what else is this? So I know people who said they didn't like 2 or 3. They just like 1 because one set so much of the precedent, you know, cinematically, and then with the storyline, and then with all of the action sequences, and then with the 3D. Like, so there were a bunch of leaps and bounds with bullet time and all kinds of things that got introduced. So it's like, all right, we did all of this. Now where do you go with it? So, like, they could have actually just left it with part one and not, introduced us to part two and three, but they were holding on to someone else's story. So,
yeah,
they made it and they segmented it. And, over here they're dealing with Avatar, and over here they're dealing with, the Terminator and all of those films. So they're all segmented, and there's no connection until you find a connector.
yo, straight up. Damn. Good shit. Cap Jones says, I saw Matrix in the theater with my Earth God, Rest. She loved, and we left the movie and built on it for hours. Wow.
Yeah, a good movie will have you like that. A good story will have you like that. Some good music, and in a way that it touches you, to have you seeing that. And then, a good actor or actress, I have you see them in that role. They're that person forever, whoever that was.
Isn't it interesting how originally it was going to be Will Smith instead of Keanu Reeves?
Right.
That would have been interesting.
And he did Wild Wild West instead of that film.
Wow. Why would he did Wild Wild West instead of Matrix? It was so much more deeper. I don't know. Maybe the script looked different from his perspective.
Right.
I mean, Wild Wild West was cool.
But he came back and did Hancock too. So that
okay, yeah. He did a lot of movies, man.
Yeah. He essentially did The Matrix from another perspective. Well, being a neophyte, actually, from another perspective. So yeah, he was there. And he had to come into himself as himself. He forgot who he was. He was.
Well, he definitely.
He thought his name was John Hancock. You see what I'm saying? He didn't have it. So literally, somebody said, "Sign you John Hancock," and then he took that personage, to name himself. So now he's just, John Hancock.
Yeah, man. It was just great. I love seeing Will Smith's role in Independence Day. Because, I saw it in the theaters, and at that time it was like aliens versus the humans. And then it was a scene where Will Smith punches an alien back into his ship. And he says, "Welcome to Earth." The whole audience in the theater was like, yeah.
Right. That's the movie. I Am Legend. See, look, somebody always remembers.
Oh, I Am Legend was good.
So this is what I'm saying. So he's in there as, the cure. So that sense of humanity, when all humanity is lost, now you're looking for an aspect of one who can still feel. So he was the scientist that created this thing. This is why he was like, this is my site, blah, 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 this. So he's there on site looking to, find a cure, and then he's the cure.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. So I guess it shows that he didn't die. However they're going to do it with, part two, because they, show the explosion of the lab in his house and all of that. So it's just interesting to see where they go with the story, if that's a real thing, because they be coming out with stuff saying stuff is coming out and it don't come out. And we be looking for it. But with Michael B. Jordan's directorial debut, I think that leaves room. I think they're talking about another Rocky and, the Kree universe, taking off in a space on its own and all of that. So I'm just interested to see how that goes. I'm waiting for the end of the month for John Wick 4. Just waiting for that. Still excited about it.
Two Eyes says it would have worked out differently if Keanu slapped Chris Rock. Man, I'm not trying to bring up that situation and everything. I mean, it does kind of segue into, the special that Chris Rock did, biting back at Will. But Yeah, I feel like that's internal drama for them. Like I know it was public and everything, but I can't help but separate that incident from Will Smith, the actor, because you
Right.
have the actor, and then you have his real life and his situations. For me, it's like when you know somebody personally and like they're going through some internal stuff. I feel like that's their business. Even though this whole thing that happened with him was like public, I still feel like, look, that's their business. It's none of my business. I know it's public and everything, but hey, that's he's handling something separately. I like Will Smith, the actor, no matter what he kind of does. Do you know what I mean? Because people talked a lot of things about Michael Jackson. I'm like, look,
Right.
I'm not judging Michael Jackson. I don't know what he did. I don't know what's true. What I know is I like Michael Jackson, the artist. And I would
Mhm.
always keep my focus on that because I don't want anything outside of that to kill the magic that I appreciated within his art form. You know what I'm saying? So the same
Right.
thing with Will. Like, hey, some shit went down. Things happen in real life. I don't want any of that to distort or what's the word, disenchant my appreciation for the artwork. You know what I mean? I don't want to spoil any. I'm not gonna boycott any of his movies. No. I don't. I will separate that. Do you know what I'm saying? His real life is separate from his artistic life. You know what I'm saying? I like to separate things like that, and that's why I'm always gonna be a Will Smith fan, no matter what happens with any kind of drama at these award shows. And I remember how much speculation there was with whether it was even real. People were saying
Right.
it's not even real. But I don't know. I feel like that's all gossip. That's all drama from the outside. But we just got a super chat. I missed it. Here we go. Chamil Allah says, let me get it on screen so we can see it like this. Majors is not flipping like he did on last episode, Loki. Oh, check Ant-Man. Check Man out. Check Ant-Man out. How could it been a little baby Gorgu if Mr. Yoda and Miss Yaddle never came together? Yeah. Oh, okay. I see what you were saying. That was two things he's mentioning there. Yeah, I don't know the origin necessarily yet. I'm still watching Mandalorian, but yeah, we'll
I'm
see.
interested to see the story, see how it goes, see how he's portrayed there. I mean, because he's done a lot of significant work, John Majors. So now I can go back and watch Devotion and some of the other things that he was in. I just wanted to see him in that primordial state right here, like how they present themselves right there. So it was intriguing to see.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of great movies coming out this year.
Yeah, thank you for that, trailer list that you sent me because
Yeah.
I would have totally missed Flash. I'm going to go. Flash is on my list now because of that trailer that you sent me.
Yeah.
Flash looks interesting. Flash looks like the multiverse and the Spider-Man Long Way Home or Journey Home or something like that. Like it looks like that, and with Michael Keaton coming in to play Batman, that was a seller. So I want to see what's going on and how they do that as well in the Flash series.
Yo, there's a lot. Now, I can't play all of these, but there are a lot of good ones coming up. I'll send you the updated one, and anyone can find these if you go on YouTube and type best upcoming movies. They some of these last about 45 minutes because they're compilations of up and coming trailers. But yo, if you just need to watch something, if you're like, cooking in the kitchen and you're like, I want to put something on, if you know what, it's not even background stuff. You have to sit down and watch these trailers because it's fire. I'm not gonna go through them all, but you've got like something named Sisu, John Wick Chapter 4. We know about that. There's another Haunted Mansion coming out. Operation Fortune. There's a Tetris movie coming out.
Just on the show. Tetris.
Let's see. There's a new Peter Pan coming out. Hold on, I want to try to get you on screen while I look at these two. Okay, hold on. Let me get you right over here. So yeah, a new Peter Pan. It's another Disney flick. Something called Kandahar. Something called The Machine. Mafia Mama.
That's Kandahar right there.
Oh, Kandahar. Okay.
That's the military movie, something from Afghanistan. That's just major city in Afghanistan.
Okay. Memorial Weekend is something called About My Father. Movie called Air. See, no matter how bad the recession goes or how bad the politics go, they're always making new movies. So here's the Creed 3. You already saw Creed 3?
Yeah, I saw it.
Little Mermaid. Like a new Little Mermaid. The Blackening. The Pope's Exorcist. I'm not into the scary movies, but somehow I always end up having to watch them because one of the females I've been hanging out with want to see some scary. I'm like, okay, yeah, let's go see that. Boston Strangler. Something called 1001. I wish I could just play these and we would sit down and just watch them all, but YouTube will flag it immediately.
Right. Immediately, yeah.
Chain Can Dunk. Charcoal. One True Loves. Prom Pact. These are like a lot of unknown movies. Just they really give you some foresight on what's happening, what's coming.
Right.
But the one I had sent you was back in a couple months ago. And that's where it was Scream 6. I haven't seen Scream yet. Oh,
No,
the new Spider-Man?
Yeah.
Ew.
That's animated.
Yeah, for an animation. I saw the first animated one. It was good.
Right.
I was impressed. I can't wait to see the Indiana Jones. I love Indiana Jones movies. I'm surprised there's a new one coming out. I thought he was done acting because I found out that he wanted himself to get killed in Superman. I mean, in Star Wars. When I found that out, I was like, oh, he's done. He just wants to retire. And then he comes out with Indiana Jones, which is cool. So John Wick 4, I don't know when that comes out.
It comes out the end of the month. I think it's like the 24th.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah, Donnie Yen is in there. I'm just excited to see where they go with the whole thing. I saw a couple of trailers. I looked at some interviews. I think it's going to be good. And
now, how interesting is it that Lawrence Fishburne is in this movie?
And he wasn't in The Matrix 4?
Right.
Yeah.
Now, Sophia Stewart said on that she said that, oh, that latest Matrix is just another John Wick movie. But to be honest, I guess Keanu was filming for John Wick 4 while he did Matrix 4, and that's why he had the long hair. And he had the beard too. Like he straight up looked like John Wick in Matrix 4. But it's like, I just feel like they didn't care on Matrix 4. You know what I mean? I felt like they just kind of threw that together. I feel the timing, I think, was horrible on that.
Well, I think she said that they offered her money, but it was like a low number, and she wasn't with it. If they would have used the script for the book that she had, that would have been epic. But I think at the same time that they made that movie to introduce Matrix to the next generation, because a lot of the stuff that they did in Matrix 4, it was impossible to do then. And it's too easy to do any of that stuff now. Like the stuff that we were going crazy over, like the slow down, the bullet time and all of that stuff, it means absolutely nothing now. So now, how do you captivate this young next generation of minds and have them be looking for a next installment? Because from that one, they could actually do, 2 more parts to it, like they did with the first one. So they made it with a generational bridge in mind, not necessarily a generational gap. So they included things like even they was like, we don't have to use phones. You know, even that was a thing. Like it sounded like it was a shot. It was like, okay, like we were saying earlier about, you know, technology or streamlining a process. Oftentimes when you upgrade something, you know, you lose something in its place. So I think they kind of made that for this new generation. I think we were going to the movies looking to see what we saw when we were young. And it's just not feasible enough for this next generation.
Yo, that's a good point. But I'm just thinking, like, this is too much coincidence. Like,
I think that he said that he wasn't invited. He wasn't invited.
I remember he said something like, they didn't call me. That's what I remember him saying it, like, I didn't get a phone call. You know? But I just think it's interesting that he's in John Wick. Now, is this just a coincidence? It's just as a casting thing? Are they trying to insinuate that they're in the same universe? Is John Wick supposedly in the same universe? Now, it may not be according to Sophia. I feel like Sophia needs to be like, she's the one who created all this. She knows that Terminator and Matrix are in the same universe.
Right.
And anything else is just outside of that. But I'm just wondering if they're somehow trying to imply that John Wick and Matrix are in the same universe. It would have to be it'd be a spinoff. It wouldn't be.
They want me to believe that John Wick can be It Man. Yeah, right. Exactly. I love that. I love that. I love that so much because that's been something since Bruce Lee.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Bruce Lee was supposed to fight Robin on, you know, the Batman and Robin TV show, and he was like, there was no way that he was going to let, you know, Burt Ward or Adam West fight with him. He said he would kill them both. So they changed out his character with somebody else who would play Kato. So now that's something. Jet Li made the same kind of remark about Keanu Reeves in Matrix 2, that he was supposed to originally play Seraph. And he was like, there was no way that he was going to make a fight happen after he had already did it with Mel Gibson and Danny Glover in Lethal Weapon 4. Now, literally, both of them are fighting him. And he's fighting them both for like one side of his body. And he has to try to make it good. And then they had to tell him to slow down in the fight sequences because he was moving so fast that they couldn't choreograph the fighting scene. So he had to make it look interesting as if they actually had a chance to fight with him. And it's two guys, right? It's nothing. So now you fast forward to this, you know, sequence where they have like, there's like always some kind of little rivalry. Like I think in Hero, they insinuated that Donnie Yen was better than Jet Li. That was something that was there in the film. And then you have Forbidden Kingdom with Jackie Chan, and Jet Li actually had a fight to a standstill. So now it's like, okay, now we got Keanu Reeves over here after the whole situation with Jet Li, and they wind up changing the character and going with another guy. So now Donnie Yen's over there with, you know, Keanu Reeves in this John Wick 4. So I don't know, it's pretty epic. Pretty epic.
Nice. Well, let's see what they do with all this. You know what I mean? Like, everyone wanted to see Morpheus come back in part 4, and it would have been great to see him come back, but you know, we can't.
And then the young guy that was in Candyman, he was on top of the world at the time. So I think that they went with that.
Oh, that's the guy that played Morpheus?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the guy who played Morpheus. He was doing Candyman. He had did a bunch of movies in that time. So he was like a hot guy for that moment.
Okay. So that's that. Mission Impossible 7. That should be dope.
Yeah, definitely.
Transformers 7. This was cool. Yeah, go ahead.
The guy who directed Creed 2 is directing this film. So this is his third film, major film. And he went from Creed 2 to this. So, I mean, just think about the kind of epicness that goes along with that.
Yeah.
But Kev Jones said, shout out to Gordon Liu. Like, even with Gordon Liu in Kill Bill, like he's there with Uma Thurman as one of the Crazy 88, and she kills him, but he comes back as Pai Mei. So that's her teacher. So it's just interesting how they do that. I was like, yeah, there's no way, but they do that. Somebody wrote Samuel Jackson is Morpheus in another universe.
Yo, that would have been interesting too.
Right.
But Lawrence Fishburne did such a great job, man. I just love that first Matrix. All the first three, the trilogy. But yeah, okay, so Transformers, that's gonna be really cool. I love how they do that. Ant-Man and the Wasp, you're gonna see it tomorrow. I gotta check it out also. For being a Marvel fan, I am behind on watching these. But I can't wait to see it. And then you saw Creed 3. So Creed 3 was good, huh?
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Nice. Deadpool 3. You a Deadpool fan?
Yeah, I saw both of them.
Oh, you did? Nice.
Yeah.
But this one, I just put the date up.
I like the edginess that's there. It's not all super serious.
Yeah. No, it's hilarious though. I'm happy that he's actually like legitimately funny. Like his movies are hilarious. So that comes out next year. Damn. They're really making us wait on that Deadpool 3. But that'll be good. God, we have to wait all the way until September of 2024. Okay. Dungeons and Dragons. I'm not a huge Dungeons and Dragons guy. I'm not even familiar.
This looks epic though, for some reason. It looks real epic.
It's like some new Harry Potter type stuff.
I mean, that space where the magic needs a reboot. I mean, this could be it. This could be something. Pretty good. It looks epic.
Wow. It literally looks like a bunch of dragons.
Yeah, I had the video game, I think, on Nintendo or something back in the day. But
oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, I mean, I don't know. That might be something I see later, but sometimes these look so good. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, it's a whole going to the theaters thing. A lot of these movies I'll check out when they're streaming for sure, but like, I'm not sure. Now, this is like something for the kids called Elemental. I'm assuming. Just like a Pixar thing. Oh, yeah, where it's like everything is all nature. Emancipation. That's a Will Smith movie right there.
Yeah, that came out already.
That's right. Inside. Oh, this is one where some guy is stuck inside. That looks like just frustrating.
Is that Willem Dafoe?
Yeah.
Oh man, look, I don't sleep on nothing that guy come out with.
Yeah, you big fan of William Dafoe? He did a good job in the Spider-Man.
Of course. He was in the Boondock Saints, being a little whatever, but I still appreciated, the movies, those B-rated movies. But.
Nice. Okay, let's see. Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Yo, I can't wait to see this one.
That's gonna be epic.
The Marvel must. I try to watch all the Marvel ones though, because like I said, they all connect. And the girl who plays Gamora is just gorgeous. We got a super chat. Danny Salinas. He says, I watched Ant-Man yesterday and Priest Trops China Ant today. Oh, yeah.
Perfect.
Yo, I didn't make that connection. All right. So that'll be cool.
We always call Priest Iron Soft. I call him Ant Soft. Ant Soft for this one right
here. Yeah, let's see. I'm just checking the chat every now and then. Shazam 2. You see the first Shazam?
I saw it. I didn't really like it, but
yeah,
maybe I might check it out. It's coming out on Friday, I think. Might check it out.
It's like a date flick. I wouldn't call them like it's a must see. I would see it like as something to watch. The Last of Us. Okay. I didn't see The Whale. It's not something I think I'm going to see. I guess he won an Academy Award for that. It just seems something sad. You know, but the guy just won like an Oscar or something for that movie. Which is weird. I didn't even know it came out already. Okay, did you watch the Oscars?
No.
Yeah, I don't even have TV. Let's see. Transfusion.
All I heard is that Angela Bassett didn't win an award, and I was like, all right, okay.
All right.
She was in everything.
Yeah. Damn. Okay, next one is Super Mario Brothers movie. Yo. That's going to be cool. I don't know if I'm going to go to the theater for that one, though.
Is this based off of Mario Kart or?
I would assume Mario World, but they'll probably, you know, it's a whole company, so they'll probably incorporate everything, you know. It's all Nintendo.
I could see this being mad nostalgic.
Yeah.
At the moment. Oh, he's in the car. Yep. There it goes.
There's the Mario Kart part. I like doing little 2-second clips. Okay, last one for this Puss in Boots. That looks like Mojito.
Hello, Mojito.
That looks just like Mojito in a hat.
That's exactly how he was looking at us.
Man, well, this concludes movie trailer review. I know there's a bunch of trailers out there we could go through, but like a lot of them are such unknowns, you know? But it's cool to see the nostalgic trailers that are coming up for, you know, things that we know about, whether it's a Marvel franchise or Mario Brothers. Pause Tape says they came out already. Oh, I didn't even know. All right. Yeah, man. So we got the song promotion segment. I haven't gotten anything back from Priest. I don't know what his situation is. It's 7:30 now. How long have we been on? We've been on for a couple hours. We can go on to another topic, or we can go to song promotions. What do you think? What's everyone in the chat saying? What's up with the chats?
What's up with the chats?
Yeah, let's see. Hanzo says, Mario Kart, I'm there. Freddie Kelly says, life's like a movie and I keep a collection. Yeah, Triple JC, I'm with you. I'm looking forward to Fast and Furious 10. I'm a big Fast and Furious fan. The Crossing says, Old Dirty Bastard featuring RZA cutting heads. Infamous Galaxar says, milk and whiskey. I'll drink the milk, but I ain't drinking the whiskey. Demetrius Barnes, our Yang Energy says, 80, let's talk about cult leaders. I mean...
Next slide.
Next slide. I think he's referring to our last episode.
Yeah.
You know, I can't speak on any of that.
Next slide.
Let's see. Yage Beat says, how about that drum break compression AD? They want me to make a beat, which I can do using the same method I did last time for the sake of time. But
let's make a beat. See if we get some.
Yeah, I think we can.
We got a lot of songs. We got a lot of songs in the song promotion segment. We got a lot of submissions.
They're still submitting right now. Let me see. As of right now, we have. Hold on. What day is today? 13th. Okay, so we only have 4 submissions so far.
Okay.
So we can use this time to get some more submissions.
Right.
Submit for the song promotion 7 because we're going to start that soon. I think I can throw together a little. They basically want me to show them about the compression. Oni Dakini was asking about using compression. And I can do that. Let me set up on this side. Go ahead.
That's why that producer guild becomes so necessary. I'm telling you, the producers guild with you, Voltage, and some of the other producers getting together for the even like folks just out there. They've been producing for a while, getting together in some kind of guild and be connected to the Podcraft.
That's true. That's true. All right. Let me see. Let me look through some of my samples here. I want to use something recent. I got some Wu-Tang drums.
Somebody said that the song promo upload page is not working.
Oh, what?
If I send an email, beat and CashApp.
Yeah, that is cool, but let me double check the song promotion page, make sure it's nothing too major. Okay, yeah, it's working over here. If you go to this page, the song promotion page, and you don't see the yellow form, just hit refresh. Because on some browsers, it doesn't pop up immediately, but once you hit refresh, you should see the form, be able to fill it out. And make sure a lot of people are putting their own name on name of the song. Make sure you put the name of the song in the song promotion area right there. And then any links to promote for y'all at home. Okay. So that's good. So I'm just looking for now my Wu-Tang drums. Let me give some more space up here. So we'll do a little something before we get into the song promotion segment. Okay. Here we go. Quarantine. Boom bap kits. Some 90s shit. This is how we do it. I'm gonna slow it down to 92.
That sounds like something off Ghost Dog soundtrack. What was that? Faster Blade? It don't stop. That's what it sounds like to me, man.
I love boom bap. Ooh. That was not too bad.
That's a beat to do the Running Man too.
Right? I'm at 92 BPM right now. This one's too little, too busy. That's too busy.
Oh, it's Fast Shadow. That was it.
I like the big boom on that one. Okay, here's some options. I want to find... Oh, they're right here. Right in front of me. Cryptic. I want to get the ones that already have a whole kit, because those were good drums. But for the sake of time, I want to use ones that already have bass and all that going, just for the sake of time. So let's see. One second, y'all. Let's see, rim shots.
Are you ready?
Let's say, hold on a second. Drum complete, here we go. Okay, that was not too great. Let's see. Dry, drum complete. Let's try this one. Yeah. Okay, I think I'm more in the area where I want to be right now. Oh, these sound familiar. Okay. Okay. Bear with me, y'all. Almost there. I'm just going through Don't worry, I'm gonna pick something here soon. That one had too much vinyl in the background. We're gonna try this one. Just gonna spill. Let's see. Okay, let's start building. One second. I'm gonna check out the samples a little first here. Okay, hold on. Just checking these out real quick. Okay. Let's get the snare in there. Okay, let's start building something. We'll make it happen regardless. Y'all remember how we do it? Gonna spread this out. We're gonna go into a for loop, create a marker, create a loop. Gonna save this. I don't want you to see what I got going on. We're just gonna put podcast build. Okay. Nope. This already sounded weird. Okay, so I'm just building the 4/4 here. Throwing in a sample real quick. Okay, so here's an idea of how it could sound. You guys get it? So, like I said, these are pre-made kits that you're technically supposed to work with and add your own type of like flair to. You never want to like throw all these out and be like, boom, it's done. But the purpose of today's beat making was somebody was asking about compression. So what I could do is get the drums together. Let's see, we've got the snare. Rim shot. Yeah, the rim shot is more of a tighter snare here. Okay, so we're putting these two together. So when you're putting drums together, you don't have to use only one snare. You can layer snares. So for example, we've got, I know I'm using the small screen. Usually I do this on my big screen, but my big screen is using the broadcast stuff, you know. Camilla Allah says, James Earl Jones, Morgan Freeman, Keith David, Samuel Jackson. Now you, Mr. Priest, when there's no inspiration, can always get it from you, narrator. That's love, peace. Yeah. Okay, we got more song promotions coming in as we're doing this. Okay. So these are the snares. Well, that's a snare. And one up here. So as you can hear, one snare has kind of an after sound. You hear that hiss that goes after. But you layer that with a rim shot, and you got. So obviously this is a good way to layer snares, and this is what makes your beats different. You can kind of mess with those snares, have them go high pitch, low pitch. You can mess with the way they go. But I think it's always good to layer snares and not just have one snare happen at the same time. You know, it's a lot of experimentation. Okay. So for now, we're just going to call those our snares. And then obviously we've got these kick drums here. So with these kicks, there's two kicks happening. Here's one kick. Kind of basic. And then you got another kick happening that is kind of creating the shuffle. The smaller kick. It's like, it's tiny. Right? When you put them together, you get the boom boom. So, right? So you don't want the boom boom part to be too loud. So you want to bring that down. This is where you get subtle. This is where the customization comes in. So I would make the boom boom more prominent, obviously, and the boom boom, which is, you know, I just made that term up, but it's the lead-in bass drum, quieter. Right? Okay, so we're gonna put all that together with the snares and the bass drums. Don't mind the crackle. Some of that's in the sample and some of that's because I have it slowed down a little bit. Right now we're at 92 BPM. We can go anywhere you want with that. What do you guys think of that tempo? We can go a little bit. I can bring it down to 91. Yeah. So reverb, I hear you. So, okay. We're gonna talk about compression at the end. Someone's asking about what reverb is. So like, let's say we want to add reverb to the snare. Like someone said, it's like an echo effect. I'm gonna use the basic plugins for now, just because it's easier. Let's see. Okay, so reverb. There's reverb and there's delay. Delay kind of like you hear a bounce to it. We're gonna show you reverb first. So you hear how long that echoes. You can adjust how much of it you get. So here be more of a drier, and then bring up the echo. It's really easy to overdo this stuff. So I recommend adding these effects last, you know, because you want to compare that stuff to your sample. Sometimes the sample doesn't need an echoey snare, you know. So it's a lot of playing around. And this is music, it's subjective. You know, there's no right or wrong way. But as you keep doing this, you're gonna create a right and wrong way for yourself, you know. So that's what our reverb is. And I'll keep a little bit of it on just so that you can hear. Okay. Now let's go into, let's add the sample. Okay, so just for the sake of time, we can go ahead and start building it. I'm gonna move this back for boom. I have this other one muted. So we're just gonna stick with that sample for now. There's a few of them in here. So now we're adding the samples. There's an intro. So that's more of a chopped up version of that sample. Let's see. Pitch 1 is already in there. Cryptic is right there. Pitch 2. So here's a variation. Okay, so let's see what we got. I'm gonna bring this down. So we're just basically messing with construction kits. If y'all are wondering, what's he doing? Like, what is all that? These are construction kits. And I'm using these construction kits just for the purpose of time. Normally, you would create these samples on your own or find them online, or you got to be very careful with sampling because if you're sampling a very popular song, you may not be able to publish it. But if you're just getting started, I think it's a good way to practice. You just want to tweak them as much as possible. So these particular samples are probably undetectable and publishable. But like I said, this is just for the sake of this somewhat type of, class, I guess. And then this one sounds like. Okay, so that sounds like a variation. And then we have this one here, which is like this. So depending on how you want to put it together, you can have your intro. I'm going to pull this back for. Create the intro. Create the drop. And we'll put the variations in later. So it would be like. Now, to me, honestly, that doesn't sound that cool to me because it says it stops. I don't like the way it stops. So if I was building this beat in real life, I probably would just mute that, not even use it. I wouldn't delete it. I would just be like, nah, I like the way this sounds like this. Just get started with it. Just right in your face. Like, yeah, something's about to go down right now. You know what I'm saying? And then I would start it right there. Boom, bap. You know what I mean? So 4 in, I would just go right into that beat. I like tracks that just start with the verse. Don't start with the hook. A nice sample for the 4, and then bring in a snare. So we're gonna put the lead in right here. So here is the rim shot, pop. So it'd be like. That that's just how I do it. I like it really simple. So it would be yeah, just go right into it. Less is more. That crackle is in the sample. And the rapper would start right here.
Yeah, it's psychological, possible to replicate. Make no mistake, I'm on the quest just to test the fate. Yeah. What's up?
So consider the rapper the whole time. And then after 8 bars, now you're just building it. After 8 bars, you would have a change up. Okay, now what would I want to have happen? Like maybe the drums come out, and you can select several parts and then create a cut. So I'm putting the cursor right here, selecting several parts, cut, and then just create the space. You know what I'm saying? Nate the God says, that looks complicated. It only seems so at first, At the end of the day, it almost looks like Tetris, like sideways, because you're just playing with boxes. So that at this point, after 8 bars, 4 bar, and then you're back in. You know what I mean? So that's a little bit on arrangement. That's a little bit on samples. As far as mixing would go, that sample's loud. So I would pull that sample down. You want to feel the bass and the snare the most. So here's how I would do that. Play the drums first and then bring up the sample after. So now we're doing mixing. So let's say we're doing this. Okay, and we're gonna bring the sample in low. Slowly bringing up that sample. Right there. You hear how low the sample is? It's not in your face. And Aurora Borealis, I hope you're watching this because it's very important how we make the drums are the meat and potatoes. You know what I'm saying? That's the main thing we want to feel. That's where the kickback is. If the sample's too loud, it's too much. There's no room for the rapper. There's no room for the artist. It's like way too much instrumentation. So this is what's gonna make or break your beat, is how loud your sample is by comparison to the drums, because that's gonna, make a difference in how someone's feeling it. Drums first. Nice loud crack and snare. And now I'm bringing up that sample. Don't mind the crackle. Right there. Now the rapper can just be right here. Boom. Like that. Okay, so that's the beat. That's a little bit on mixing. And then you guys were asking about compression. We'll just talk about compression and end it right there. This is all going into a master track. We're going to bring up the mastering here. Let's do... I'm going to bring up my new fancy mastering. My new fancy plugins here. I'm using Isotope. Straight fire. Did a lot of research. Okay. So obviously we can mess with the EQ of the track right here. This is how, like, where the mids would go and the highs would go. See how I can see everything right there? Again, don't mind the crackle. It's because I'm running broadcast software on top of all this too, so it's kind of messing with the audio. And some of it's in the sample. So we're gonna add compression just for the sake of demonstration. I probably wouldn't even need compression, but dynamics. Oh no, that's more like limiter stuff. You know what? This is gonna confuse you guys. Let's do the basic compression. Sorry, that's a mastering one. That one's way more complicated, and you guys will probably be like, what? So we're gonna go ahead and open Sonitis compressor. Because I use a whole different type of thing with that. Okay, so here's a basic compressor. So with this, you can put the ratio, I would say, up to like 8, 7. And there's videos on YouTube that'll express what that means. But threshold, probably like at 10. And that creates this little curve. You see that curve that I put right there? That kind of puts how, like, it'll compress the audio so it's not too high. Like the peaks don't go too high. So from here, you see if I over compress it, it really smashes it down. So here's all the way up. If you were to add compression, let's say as an example, you put it right there. Yeah. So that's what that basically does right there. And you can add that on like snares, or if it needs it, you can add those on samples. Mostly this would be for vocals. We don't have a vocal sample to work with, but compression is most important on vocals. If you're using a weak bass drum, then you would add compression to that, and that just makes it more beefier, so to speak. I know I'm using crazy terms, but like the compression is a very key component, mostly in vocals. It's absolutely crucial, especially for hip hop. And it basically just lowers the dynamics so that the high highs aren't too high and the low lows aren't too low. So it makes it so you compress them down so they can all be heard. If someone gets really quiet when they're spitting, you can hear that. But if someone gets loud when they're spitting, it's not too high. It's like, oh shit. So it makes the dynamics compressed into a more range that is not too high and not too low. Boom. That's the way. That's basically how compression works. And it's more important in vocals, and it's used in mastering for the entire track. I know that sounds advanced, but that was basically for Oni because she asked about compression. And that's that. So we'll just leave it at that for today's little lesson, or so to speak, you know. For some of you guys, like, y'all already know about this type of stuff. But for those who are new to it all, it's kind of cool. And I'm using, somebody asked what I'm using. It's Acid Pro. I'm using Acid Pro 10. And I've been using Acid software for the longest time. It's just so easy to, like, you know, put loops in there and like do things, and it's so user friendly. And the great thing I love about this is that it has a beat matching type of system, so where it'll, like, I can import any song into this and make it fit in a beat. So it's great for remixes. You know, there's a beat mapping plugin. Pro Tools has it also, but there's more of a learning curve with Pro Tools. That's why another reason why I don't use Macs. This is just what works for me. And if you're using Acid, just try to get the best one that you can afford. They're cheap. The software is cheap, yo. It's not expensive. It's very affordable software. And computers are very affordable now. So we're living in a great time of technology, I gotta say, man. That it's so inexpensive to get a nice computer nowadays. You can get one for like $800, you know what I mean? And I say that's cheap because by comparison, that would have costed you, for the level of technology you're getting now, you would have had to pay like $2,500 10 years ago. You know? But yeah, go with what works for you. Okay, cool. Oni said she started using 10 also, so that's cool. Yeah, you're gonna be great with 10. And that's it. And then the samples you can just get at producerloops.com. We actually have a company that we're linking up with called Loop Masters that I will put in the description today. But Loop Masters is a website where you can download loops and interchange them, and you can see those construction kits. And you see how easily we put those snares together. I didn't have to get an MPC and all that, and I didn't have to, you know what I mean? It just made it a lot quicker. And then go with your learning curve, see how you like it, and that's that. Okay, that concludes the beat making segment. Where's my applause? Where's my sound effects? Knowledge Born, you there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's epic right there. You see
It was
that?
fun. It was fun.
Yeah.
I like to keep it informative, but at the same time, I like to keep it brief. You know, I might end up doing stuff like that on my YouTube channel. I don't know. I like turning on the camera and just go. You know, this is without any kind of editing, so it's live. It's kind of interesting. Cap Jones says he loves his MPC. Nice. If you use an MPC, that's really cool. I kind of wish I got into more of the MPC stuff and the actual physical version of things. I like the way Volta's controller has his, you know, his devices. That seems like a really fun way to do beats, you know? I'm just so used to doing like the programming stuff. But every producer is different. Everyone has their style. This is just an example of mine. Other producers I know have their own style, and that's cool. Just got to go with what works for you. Every chef has his way in the kitchen. I always bring it back to food. All right, that's that. What's up, Knowledge?
Yeah, I love the fact that you was able to just do it right there on the spot. It wasn't no, you know, a little bit of prep work, but you just right there. You right there chefing it up right there live. And there's tremendous value and replay value that goes along with that ability to be able to. I'm gonna go back. Like I saw a couple of comments where they was like, "Yo, I'm about to get up and produce right now." So that's the space. You know what I mean? Like, so this is one of those things that, you know, the platform allows. It allows that creative space. Like, we could get philosophical, we could get extraterrestrial, we could go all over the place, but we come back to, you know, the foundation of storytelling, whether through rhyming or through production or alchemical blend, where you can do both. So
Absolutely.
appreciate you, Architect D up in here.
Hey. Yeah, and once again, you guys asking where I got those loops. I will put the link in the description by midnight tonight for you guys to find out how to download loops like that and have some fun. Yeah. Nice, man. Okay, what's up with Priest? Still nothing with Priest. We might just have to go to the song promotion segment. Unless there's anything you want to add.
I wanted to see if we got somebody else coming in. I'm thinking that he might make an appearance because I wanted to, you know, go through China Ants with him as well. So.
Okay. Yeah, I heard there's some potential cool guests coming on Wednesday, which I don't want to reveal yet, but yeah, I don't know who the guests are sometimes, well, most times until the day of, which is interesting. All right. So I'm going to refresh the song promotion stuff. You ready to get into it?
Yes. But before we play that, if
Okay.
it's possible, could we run back China Ants like one more time?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Or if we could finish off with it, either way could be, because I wanted to give my couple of cents on it.
Let's do that first. That gives Priest a chance to possibly come in here, and it also gives me a chance to take a little break.
All right.
Because I gotta, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Y'all already know. All right, let me set it up. Okay, here we go. Once again, China Ants off the upcoming album, Forest of the Happy Ever After.
Dear colony, I am gone and do not follow me. I left no pheromones. I'm on a mission of my own. Where I'm going is alone. Give the queen my regards. What I seen last week was so hard, she left my heart permanently scarred. During 007 hours during the Operation Termite Mound, I was left there bound. There was no food or larvae around. Our battalion searched the whole grounds. I was sent there with our liberators and corporals for some detainees on some classification of some other insects. Unknown, if they detest, we made arrests. That same night, the platoon had to find rest, so we slept inside of abandoned trapdoor spider nest. The very next morning, who came in swarming with some trapjaws trying to fight our sect. The combat resulted in a few more deaths, but we sung our mantra. We are ants. We are ants. And the plants we must protect. During the daylight, we gorged on millions of parasites, cut in pieces so many bodies of mosquitoes larvae. We are the original army of the safari. We eat fly maggots, bed bug eggs, cockroach eggs. You should watch them, they crack like tacos on a tray. Our strong mandibles can crack bones and tear through flesh of insects and chew through tissue of any animal. We're the smallest but the strongest of the botanical. We are ants. We are ants. Stare at the word giants and you'll see our name. During our march, we carry rocks, we carry leaves, we carry grains. Our body is armor. In our sector, we forge nectar. We'll give our lives to protect our base. Even if bears want our honey, ask the wood ants. We'll spray phoric acid in your face. And it's not difficult when we get to the edge of a lake. We connect at the head, we connect at the legs. And others climb on top of us. They connect at the head, they connect at the legs. Over and over, connect at the head, connect at the legs. Patches of ants going over the waves. Now I'm at the end of my days, so I'm writing this page. As my heart beats slower and the time comes nearer, I'm also telling my story to a ladybug and a caterpillar. The ant slowly turned towards the caterpillar and started to cry and said, though I had many blessings, only one I was denied. The caterpillar asked, what was that, old ant? The ant said, before I die, I wanted to stare eye to eye and talk to a butterfly.
Hey. Uh-oh. No way. We got Zodiak in the house? Hey. Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
See, I told you I
Nice.
didn't want to get into, you know what I'm saying,
Superman in the building.
36th chamber
Wait,
without
wait.
the Zupa.
So wait, you knew about this?
Of course.
Yo, that's fire.
Course.
It's a conspiracy.
I love it. I love it. Okay, I want to set this up right. Let's see. Yo, that's
So,
cool. What's
ladies
going on?
and gentlemen, Rocketeers and Rockettes, for your listening pleasure, in the building, none other than Royal Priest Hobbs' own. Up from the 36 chambers, we have Mr. Superman, aka Ka Zodiac, in the building.
Yo,
Man in the building.
I'm gonna get this set up right here. So give me a second, cause there's a way I had this that worked out good. Hold on. Yo, what's going on?
Godzilla, aka the Zodiac Killer.
Peace to the craft.
Yeah.
Hey D, happy belated solar return.
Yo, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Definitely, man. You play an
Man.
important role here. You know, we appreciate you.
Oh man, thank you so much.
Couldn't imagine nobody else doing your job.
Man,
That's
it's
when you know you on. That's when you know you in alignment, when no one else can do what you do like you do it.
oh, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, it's definitely been a learning experience, and people who have been here since the beginning have seen all the adjustments I've made along the way. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed. Indeed.
I almost got this all set up right. I'm still trying to automate things for when we don't have priests in the building compared to when we do. You know what I'm saying? I still need to automate that. But I'm going to get this together, right? So y'all could bear with me at home here. But yo, I'm glad you're on board here, man. Like, I talk to you on Instagram every now and then, and you drop some great knowledge, especially because you know I'm like an astrology enthusiast. I love hearing about these things. Here we go. Boom.
Yeah. So the ants told me that I needed to give an astrological breakdown.
Yes.
From the ants I was looking at the ants from a third eye view. You know?
Okay, perfect.
Highly anticipated.
Yes. Thank you, because in that world, I've learned so much about, especially lately, like I talked to you about the whole Saturn thing, because Saturn went into Pisces, and like I always knew about, you know, the sun, the moon, and the rising, you know, and I learned about how Mercury is communication, and Venus is the way you love and your money and everything. But I never went into the other planets because I felt like, well, they're so they're so nuanced and they're probably so subtle that they're probably not as important. And that was my first mistake because I realized all the planets are important. All of them can be recognized intuitively and all of them can be felt in some sort of way. So I'm just like, man, I'm just still taking all of this in. That's why I'm going to be a student of astrology for such a long time. But I see it, I feel it, I recognize it, and you've been able to break it down so well. So go ahead, tell us what can you tell us today?
First of all, the one that you don't want to ignore, right? Pisces, we in Pisces season. Pisces is the sign of ignorance, the sign of ignoring things, the sign of overlooking things, because it's opposite. Virgo is paying attention to the subtle details, right? So Pisces goes to sleep. Virgo sits up and studies and pays attention to the details. Pisces takes a nap. While it's taking a nap, though, it gathers information from the metaphysical that you'll never get from any book. And that's the balance between the two, right? Saturn, you don't want to ignore because Saturn is the boss, right? Within the circle, including the sun and the moon, you have 10, like you have 10 fingers, because those are the fingers of the hidden hands that manipulate the pieces on the earth grid, you know what I'm saying, that are us. We're on a living chessboard, right? So Saturn is the boss. It's the disciplinarian, the fatherly energy. It's what gives us structure. It represents cubes, boxes, squares, boundaries, limits, corporations, right? So look, right? You go to school, you sit in a little square room and a square desk, and just so you can get a little square piece of paper and put on a little square hat, right? Think inside of a box, right? And then, after that point, you go and work in a little square. All that Saturn. That's why Aquarius, which is the sign that comes after that, represents thinking outside of the box, because you got to leave Capricorn, the box, behind, right? So, not to dwell on that too long, I'm going to focus on the ants real quick, right? Because think about this. We in Pisces season. Pisces governs what? The feet. So where do you see the ants? You see the ants down by your feet at the bottom, right? So all the things that are very small, subtle, this is the balance of Pisces and Virgo, right? Virgo represents things that are small, the details, right? The hidden small details that you see. So you're dealing with ants, small creatures, right? Virgo is also the sign that deals with work and service. And so what do you see the ants doing? They work. They're known for being able to work together. That's what they do, right? They're always working. Ants are so organized that that's why I love this. I love that video so much, because I take the time to observe the subtle things like the ants, and they will always form a straight line. No matter what you do to try to mess them up, they just form a new line, right? And they stay in alignment. And that's Virgo. With Pisces, the opposite, nothing's in alignment. Everything seems to be out of order, seems to be confusing, like a dream, where everything just blends together, right? So it's imagination. And here's where the balance of the two comes in. Virgo is ruled by Mercury. Mercury is in Pisces. So we're dealing with the subtle details carried over from Virgo, but we're paying attention to the small things by our feet, Pisces, thus the ants, using our imagination, right? So the sun in Pisces is creative imagination. And that's one thing I love most about Priest, particularly with his art, is that he's always pushing the bound. Some people push the boundary lyrically and just that, but he pushes the boundary of subject matter in addition to that, right? Which is a rare thing, especially in a time where it's so oversaturated, where everyone's talking about the same things, as if knowledge isn't infinite. There's no boundary. Pisces is no boundary. There's no limit. There's no borders. There's no cap there, right? It's like the ocean. It seems endless. It goes on and on and on and on, right? It's universal. So we're at the midst of a very important alignment that's coming together with Mercury, Neptune, and the sun, where they're all meeting together in Pisces in a square to Mars. Now here's where the Mars comes in. in that video, it started off, and I took some notes on this, right? It started off where he was talking about going on a mission of his own, right? And going alone. All alone is all one. One, the first sign is Aries, right? Aries is ruled by Mars. Mars is currently in Gemini in a square to all these planets in Pisces, right? So it represents going alone, going in your own direction, speaking, thinking for yourself, right? So with this Pisces, Mercury, Neptune, and the Sun, we're imagining going from the human mind into the subtle world of these small creatures that we see around us all the time, but they're living out a whole narrative that corresponds to these same energies that we're living, right? As every creature does, right? So the square to Mars, we see they got wars. They're having wars. Now here's the interesting thing about it. Mercury is not only the ruler of Virgo, but Gemini too. If you take off the first two letters of Gemini, right, what do you get? Many, right? So again, we're dealing with the small, subtle details of things. Mars and Gemini, the small experiences that encapsulate something so large. You could look at something as small as an ant, and it's living out a narrative that even someone who lives out more complex experiences can relate to and understand and see them. They're going through their own wars and so forth and so on. And then, right, second house of Pisces, which is Aries, right? Aries is fights and wars and battles and so forth and so on. Venus and Jupiter right now are both in Aries, right? Jupiter deals with that which is foreign, different than exotic, right? Venus deals with our food. You put the two together, it's foreign and exotic foods. So he was describing, and Aries represents blood, meat, so forth and so on, right? Yeah. So living creatures. So he's describing these wars that are happening on such a small scale, and then the exotic foods and the exotic banquets that the ants are having, you know what I'm saying, as a result of those wars.
Yeah, right? He was talking about termites eating like tacos.
Yeah, that line stood out to me too. Tacos. I heard the crunch, you know what I'm saying, when I was listening to that, right? And then, right, you stopped at a certain part of repeated, connecting the head and the legs. The head and the legs, the head and the legs. The legs of Jupiter, right? Jupiter is currently in Aries, right? The head and the legs, the head and the legs. That's how we travel. Aries is the individual. The head wants to go somewhere, but the head ain't going anywhere without the legs, right? And so it shows where we're dependent upon others in that regard, and even the ants. One ant by itself, not a big deal. I have a lot of ants around me where I live. Fire ants too. Step in the wrong place, listen, they have you jumping. You know what I'm saying? For real. 50 ants will just jump on you at one time, and no matter how big you are, it's a wrap. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Because they come together as one. And so this is where the Pisces comes in, because Pisces is pieces, right? So the many different pieces that all come together and form one. Out of many come one, and the one then becomes the many, right? Aries is the one, Pisces is the many that becomes the one, where that gets broken down into pieces, right? So that's what we're looking at. We're looking at the subtle pieces and how they form. Now I remember there was even a scene where they came and formed one, like a bridge, like a number one, right? Yeah. That's where we're going next after Pisces. Aries, the one, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yo. Oh, and this part too. Talking to a butterfly before I die. So from the perspective, check this out, from the perspective of Virgo, right? The small, subtle details, the ants. Aries would be in the 8th position of death. Aries, which is also combat. Jupiter and Aries, many wars, which that was also depicted, right? The 8th position the position of death is also the position that deals with transformation, like the metamorphosis of the butterfly, right?
Mm-hmm.
Talking to the butterfly before I die. Well, before death would be Libra, the seventh position. So what's the seventh position of Virgo? Pisces. And that's where we see Mercury, the planet of communication, right?
Mm-hmm.
Talking to the butterfly before I die, right? That's how it works.
That synchronicity it's like beyond a coincidence, because Priest made that song at another time, but the fact that he launched it now means that video is being born now.
Yeah. What I just did was I described the chart, because just like a person is born and a person has a natal chart, a business has a natal chart on the day when it's launched. A song has a natal chart on the day when it's launched, right? But just like the day that we're born is connected to the day that we were conceived, and there's a similar energy. So the time when it was written, when the thought popped up, there was a similar configuration that could have been delineated in the same way that I'm delineating this, right? But it's like a similar combination that basically means the same thing, right? So this energy that I just described is the chart for that particular song, for evermore. That's carried in the energy of it, right? And the experience of those who listen to it. Somebody could come across that song 10 years later, and for them, the transits are forming a similar configuration to when the song was created, right? Thus describing their experience.
Because it's born to them.
Exactly.
Wow. Exactly. It's an amazing scientific machine that we're living in here.
Exactly. Great way to describe it.
Wow.
Machine.
Or,
imagination.
Yeah.
The machine nation.
And it correlates with that whole matrix thing too, because I assume you'd call it a matrix also as well.
Yeah, because matrix just means mother, and it's a womb. We're inside of a womb.
Ooh.
Matter. Matrix just means matter, right?
Yeah.
Matrix, matter, mother, maternal, right? Motor, because it's a motor, right? Material. That's all it is.
Yeah, people.
The X, and the X is the cross, the cardinal cross. Aries to Libra, Cancer to Capricorn, the four gates within the circle, which you see depicted within the body of man, because you're a cross too. Within the circle of 360 degrees.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, especially within our Taurus field.
Exactly.
And then the Taurus is our torso.
Exactly.
So we are like a tree with roots.
Rotate. Roots. Steer, right? Steer is also trees. Because if you look at the trees from above and look down at the trees, it doesn't matter what kind of tree it is. It really doesn't matter what kind of plant it is. You see the same thing with grass too, right? Because I've observed even grass, it looks like it's just blade. No, there's a seed, and then it spreads out like a star, like a snowflake, forming a mandala or stellar rays. Every single plant does it. Whether you look at a banana tree from above, you look at a coconut tree from above, you look at any tree from above, right? Or even if you cut open the fruit and you look inside of the fruit, you're gonna still see the wheel, because the circle of life is in everything, right? Trees and stars below, fixed trees and walking trees that are men, fixed stars, right? And then the moving stars, which we know as planets, they're all lights. Right? So anything that's on Earth is the same thing that you see above, but just in a dense form, just materialized, just hardened, just slowed down in vibration, but it's identical.
Yeah.
Geometrically, it's identical, because everything down here is geometry. Everything up there is geometry. what the difference is, whether it's light or matter.
Which is amazing when we look at snowflakes, because they're so geometrical. It's such a computerized looking, like kaleidoscope type of pattern.
It's zodiacal, is what it is.
Oh my gosh!
And then you look about that word, geometrical, geo, right? Earth, metrical, meter, mother, matrix. It's right there. Earth matrix, Earth mother, right?
Yeah. It's just the pattern is so like
that's the zodiac wheel.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Cut open any fruit, you see the same thing. Though, look, what you're looking at, if you were to look at a tree from above, down, you would see the same thing you're looking at right there. Because everything is atom.
And then we see a hexagon, a 3D box.
That's where Saturn comes in. Because Saturn, like I said, Saturn deals with 3D boxes. This is a Saturn lunar matrix, Moon Saturn. Moon rules Cancer, right? And Saturn rules Capricorn, the gate of gods and the gate of men, right? Because we have to come in here through the wall. The only way to get through the wall is through the womb, Cancer, right? So we have the Moon and Saturn. The Moon has a cycle of 28 days approximately, and Saturn has a cycle of 28 years approximately. You see the connection there, right? That's how you form the box. Which the box is the ox, which is again is the steering wheel again, because the O with the cross in the middle, that's the ox.
Yeah.
Which is the steer.
The OX.
OX. Yeah, like an X-Men.
Yeah.
Right? That's the ox, which is the bull, which is the Taurus field, right? Which is the steer.
The spear?
So the same thing. The steer.
No, steer, yeah.
Which is the steer. The steer is the compass, the cow path, right? With the pasture of the cow, Taurus field. See?
Yeah.
If you look up the steering wheel, which originally you see on the ship, right?
Yeah.
You see the cross and the circle. So when you see that on the church, it's a steer. It's a steering wheel. Jesus take the wheel.
Yeah.
Right? It's a solar wheel. Right. It's your ox, right?
Yo.
And so that right there is the same thing that you see when you look at the compass. That is the compass.
Yeah.
Right there, that's the compass. Those are your 4 cardinal points. And then you have the cross quarter points, which are Taurus, Scorpio, right?
Yeah, the fixed signs.
Right, fixed signs. The fixed signs create the X.
Yeah.
Right? You have the cross, right? Which are Aries, Libra, Cancer, and Capricorn. And then you have Scorpio, Taurus, Leo, Aquarius. You put them together, north, south, east, west, northeast, southwest, up over, so on. The 8 main directions. The spider's legs that create the web.
Yeah, I got this. This was the best one I could find, and I added to it. I created this graphic right here. Just combining a zodiac wheel, but I fixed it and I added the time, 6 a.m., noon, 6 p.m. too, and then I added the seasons. But I used this when we had Santos Bonacci on the show.
Right.
But it's like I couldn't find a better representation, so I had to make it myself. You know what I mean?
Right.
But like anytime I'm explaining astrology, I come back to this wheel.
That's the turtle. That's the turtle shell too, and the 4 legs of the turtle.
Ooh.
Which are the 4 directions.
Yeah.
Why? Because turtle is tortoise, which is Taurus. Taurus field again.
Turtle is turtle.
Yeah, turtle, tortoise, Taurus, right?
Yeah. And then we got the 4 seasons, the 4 gospels,
4 elements,
4 elements. Yeah.
4 directions.
Mm-hmm.
The four chambers of the heart.
Priest taught me north, east, west, south is the news.
Yeah, because the news is where you get your information, because you would get your information from the compass, because that's what reading the chart is.
Mm.
Okay, so what are we going to do now? What's coming next, right? What can we expect? Well, that's what you would look at in order to get that information, because everything that you experience below comes from above. So that's going to give you the news. That's thus it being the compass, which gives you your direction as you navigate, because you're a ship and you have to navigate these waters, and that's your compass to do so.
Yeah. Well, I love that, you know, studying all this stuff, we learn about the retrogrades first because it's the most noticeable thing, I think, for anyone to see is that when Mercury's retrograde, people notice everything is off, you know? Right now, we have nothing retrograde, so everything should be moving forward for now. But what can you tell us right now that we should be expecting from where the stars are at?
Prepare for Pluto going into Aquarius. Right, so if I recall correctly, it's the 23rd. Saturn is just going into Pisces. And people need to be aware of the significance of these two particular planetary shifts, because not only are they outer planets which affect us on a larger scale, right? You know, Mars, the Moon, the Sun, Venus, these are personal, but Saturn is generational. Uranus, Pluto, Neptune. So Pluto, for most of us that are listening to this, we haven't experienced Pluto being in Aquarius, right? That's how slow it moves, right? So this is a complete transformation of things that we've experienced. While Pluto has been going through Capricorn, it's been the slow destruction of the status quo, of the old guard, right?
Yeah.
Of the system in the way that we've known it. The old matrix, basically, right?
Yeah.
Capricorn is the building, the structure, you know, the corporation. Pluto going through that has been slowly, brick by brick, demolishing everything that we've been familiar with in that structure, right? So Pluto going to Aquarius, which it shows right there, Aquarius is explosion, right? So this is a cosmically controlled, planned demolition of the old world, right? Pluto in Aquarius is the revelation of secrets, things that have been held for a long time. Pluto goes into Aquarius, it reveals, because Aquarius is the water bearer. Aquarius can't hold things. It doesn't do that. It pours it out, right?
Yeah.
That's what produces the flood, which the flood is Pisces, right?
Yeah. I heard that. That's the baptism, right?
Yeah. It's all every story you've ever heard is in the wheel. Every story you ever will hear is in the wheel. Because it's the divine order of things.
Jonas.
Right. The whale. Now, again, that's Pisces. Saturn in Pisces is like a whale. So it's a large, because Saturn is boulders, it's mountains, right? Pisces is the waters, the oceans, right? It's also fish, right? So aim for the big fish, right? Because Pisces is your dream. So it's the time to aim for the big fish, because you can materialize and ground Saturn, that which you imagine, Pisces, right?
Yeah.
So this is also where the boundaries between what is real, what we know to be real, and what is illusory, what is fictional, what is fake, what is artificial, become blurred, right? We can already see that. AI everything.
Yeah.
It's being pushed. AI this, AI, and Pluto with Aquarius isn't going to help that.
Wow.
It's not going to help. Because Aquarius deals with technology. But understand that artificial intelligence doesn't exist. Understand that. there's only intelligence. There's only intelligence. The same intelligence flows through all things. And any medium that you put it through, that's a good conduit for it to express that intelligence in whatever form. But it's the same intelligence. It's one mind through all things, whether they be inorganic or organic. There's one electrical current through it.
Mm-hmm.
That powers you, right? Because you're a machine too, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's all an illusion anyway, because that's why Pisces is the last sign. It was all a dream.
Yeah.
Life is but a dream, right?
Roll your boat.
Right. Roll your boat. The waters. Your boat is your body, right? Your abode body, right? It's the boat that you need the compass for, right? To your destination that you're spiritually headed towards in this particular life. And ultimately everything returns back to the dream. You started as a dream, you return to the dream. Because the dream holds everything.
Mm-hmm. Now, Saturn is in Pisces for how long?
Saturn has a cycle of 28 years. Saturn and Pluto were going to retrograde back into Capricorn, right? And into Aquarius temporarily and then go forward again. So this is not, temporarily. You know what I'm saying? So this is a peek in the window, a dip in the pool before you jump in all the way.
And that's happening now, or that's going to happen?
Yeah. Well, that's not the retrograde.
Okay.
Saturn going into Pisces the first time now.
Okay.
In about a week, Pluto going to Aquarius, but then they both go backwards, retrograde, and then come back again.
Oh, right? Wow. So it's like winding up and then go forward.
Yeah, because these represent huge changes in the social structure, huge changes in how we live, huge changes in how we deal with business, how we deal with our day-to-day transactions, how we eat,
Yeah.
The way because like Pluto represents shared resources because it's the ruler of Scorpio.
Okay.
Taurus is your resources. I have. Scorpio is we have, right? So it's where you share, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where you invest in others, where you owe debts and so forth and so on. That's why Scorpio is death and death is debt. Same thing, right?
Yeah.
So Scorpio being ruled by Pluto going into Aquarius, and Aquarius deals with technology, right? Aquarius is ruled by Uranus, and Uranus is in Taurus, which is the sign that deals with money, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the food too. So you see that becoming more artificial. We're just gonna print you a sandwich on my printer,
Yeah.
It's getting crazy.
Wow. So go ahead. No, I was gonna say, so Saturn being the planet of like decision making and rules and being strict, going into Pisces right now, I heard it's basically exposing any bad habits that we may have, or it's exposing anything that we've been hiding or something like that.
I would say so, in the fact that Saturn is the public, right? Because it's the ruler of Capricorn, the top of the mountain, right?
Yeah.
You can't hide nothing at the top of the mountain. It's where everything is open. So it's the public, right? So the planet that rules the public going into the private and into the hidden realm.
Yeah.
So it makes the things that are hidden, makes certain things that are public more hidden and certain things that are hidden more public. It's shadow government. That is the government. Pisces is the shadow, right?
Yeah.
It's whoever is directing and steering things disappearing. It's the pilot falling asleep at the wheel, It's where things lose a sense of structure and order.
Yeah.
Because the power, belief becomes boss, basically. while Saturn's in Pisces. Saturn in Aquarius, knowledge is boss. But belief becomes boss when Saturn's in Pisces. So it's up to, if there's illusions everywhere, then what rules, what you believe.
Mm-hmm.
See?
Mm-hmm.
But of course, that's a temporary experience too. Everything is.
Yeah.
Wheels got to keep turning, you know?
Yeah. Now, with Mercury representing our mind and communications, does that mean that because it's in Pisces, that our mind and our communication is a little bit more creative and a little bit more out there because it's in Pisces?
Yeah. Mercury in Pisces is like being on a shroom trip without taking the shrooms. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
All of a sudden, or you know what it's like when you first wake up, but you're not fully awake, and you're in that space between worlds where you can see what's around you, but literally, you know, your eyes are still blurry, but you can still see what's going on in the dream world, right? You're in that space in between. So when it comes to handling business and dealing with tasks in the regular world, it can be difficult because Mercury in Pisces deals with forgetting. It deals with losing things, particularly your mind, right? So some people deal with insanity under that energy too, you know. Thoughts of despair and sorrow. I got to give you both sides to it.
Yeah.
But it's also where we can be creatively inspired. Is where we can gain information through dreams, where is dream interpretation, right? Is gaining messages from the unseen. It's psychic, right?
Yeah.
It's gaining information without having to gather it from some kind of visible material source. It's hidden messages, is writing in invisible ink, right?
Yeah.
It's empathic, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's losing your sense of direction and not knowing which way to go, because that would happen if you can't see clearly. It's reaching the fork in the road, which especially when Mercury's about to conjunct Neptune, which is the fork in the road. It's reaching the fork in the road, and it's so foggy that you can't tell what road is what because you can't see the signs, right? So the best thing to do is slow yourself down. You know, Saturn going into Pisces is slow steps because Pisces is your feet. Saturn is slow. It's like having cement shoes. You know? So you have to slow yourself down so that you can allow the fog to dissipate, right?
Yeah.
Especially with Mars and Gemini square, that makes people, pop off fast, say things quickly, say the first thing that comes to their mind, use harsh words, and it's not wise when all that energy squares Neptune and Mercury, Gemini's ruler, and Pisces, because you can be very wrong, or
Yeah.
right, but you're not sure. Not until Mercury goes into Aries, and then you have a whole new sense of clarity, and the air clears.
That's for my Mercury, my natal chart. I have Mercury in Aries.
Mercury in Aries.
And I love it because people say you really communicate a lot. And sometimes I feel like I over communicate, but I can't help it. But my Libra rising. Yeah, go ahead.
It shows you, though, how you can see the difference between Pisces and Aries. Even though you have the sun in Pisces, and your actions and the places and the settings you find yourself in can be very Piscean.
Yeah.
The way that you communicate is Aries. So Aries is very direct. You can just walk up to somebody and just speak your mind. It's thinking for yourself as well. It's having your own mind. But that's one thing that's clearly evident here, right? Regardless of what you want to believe or not believe.
Yeah.
One thing we can all agree on is that AD speaks his own mind. You know what I'm saying? Even if everybody in the chat disagrees with you.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
Can't help it.
You're gonna be like, listen, this is the conclusion I came to. That's Mercury and Aries.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about too.
Yeah. It's fighting with words. It's also argumentative at times. It's debating, right?
Yeah.
With others, it's also debating with yourself, right? Because you could be fighting with two different perspectives in your own mind. And that's all. Listen, when you debate with other people, that's just you working out the debate you're having with yourself externally.
Absolutely.
Right? The more sure you, the more confident, remember this, the more you know, the more confident you are in what you know, the less that you even have to have that conversation with other people.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, you're just teaching because you know.
Yeah.
You know?
And sometimes I get into a point where like, well, look, I don't want to be a teacher. I just like discussing these things. I feel my Libra rising always calming me down. Like, all right, AD, that's enough. Pull back. You're good. That you said enough. You know what I'm saying? I feel like my Libra rising is always trying to balance myself out because I don't want to overdo anything.
Libras teach. You don't have a choice because Sagittarius is the teacher, and that's in the third position of Libra. So it's in the position of the speaking. It's in the speaking position. The teacher is in the speaking position, right? It's also why you can't stop expanding your mind. You want to talk, you find out new information, your first instinct is you want to share it with everybody.
Yeah.
You want to promote it. What do? You promote things. It's on what? Promotion.
Yeah.
You know, it's all about, and that's your main role in that part of things. You promote things. That's what Libra rising does. And particularly in your case, because you have the sun in Pisces, you promote what? Music.
Yeah.
See? Or you work in places that deal with music. You know?
Well, that's what's interesting because when I learned about this whole Saturn return thing, I looked up my Saturn return and it said 2009 was when I had mine. And I'm like, well, that's exactly when I met Priest. That's exactly when I started working with him. I started getting deeper into all this knowledge. And that's when I started seeing 1111 everywhere. Like 1111 was popping up so much, I got a little spooked. I'm like, okay, something's definitely going on. I knew whether it was in my head or I didn't know what it was at the time, but I knew that I was seeing 1111 so much to a degree that something is trying to communicate with me in some way or something. I was spooked, but I just think it's interesting seeing that correlation of the Saturn return and how that actually means something. You know,
definitely does.
Wow.
That Saturn return. Every time the Saturn returns to where it was when you were born, you get a reinforced sense of purpose, which that can correspond to whatever your career is or things that you end up doing for a long time that become purposeful and meaningful, right?
Yeah.
So in this case, because Saturn is in Pisces now, anything that involves music, that involves film, that involves the imagination becomes the new serious, becomes the new business, right? So it's also new business models surrounding music. You're going to see music change. It's old music, it's classic music. You're going to see a resurgence of music that we've heard from the past coming back again, right? And even those who've been doing it for a long time becoming the new focus. And that's also seeing that it's beyond a matter of age, and it's a matter of creativity. It's a matter of whatever role you're supposed to play in that time, you know? So Saturn is also the elders. So we can see Saturn and Pisces corresponding with a lot of the anniversaries of hip hop, right? We see that a lot of people right now who started doing this a while back are at a point where now they're reflecting on the body that they've created, who it's affected, how it's affected others. It's also a point of maturity that we're going to see in music. So Saturn is going to have a very, 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 very big effect on music from an artistic standpoint, from a business standpoint. And it's going to draw the line between those who do it seriously, purposefully, those who do it for business purposes. You know, there's a difference.
Interesting. So it seems like a very opportune time, especially for what, you know, the industry we're in right here.
Super perfect time.
Wow. And I looked it up. It's basically like 2.5 years or something that Saturn's going to be into per sign.
Yeah.
So until it goes into Aries. Wow. Now, when the sun is in a sign, like right now, you know, the sun's in Pisces, It's gonna go into Aries soon. The sun represents our what, like our personality at the moment. Like, what kind of energy?
Well, the personality would be more Mars.
Okay.
The sun is more indicative of our actions, of our core character. You know, it's the character that we're playing at the time. It represents where our heart is at, right? Mars is where our head is at. Mercury is where our mind is at, what we're thinking about. You know, the moon is where our emotions are at. Saturn is where our business lies, right? And also where our limitations and our fears are. Jupiter is where there's abundance, you know, where there's growth and where our teachers are. So the teacher changes signs. So good example of that, right? Back to the ants, full circle. Jupiter's in Aries. Aries is war. A good portion of that video was warfare. Jupiter and Aries. But not only that, that's a video that you can show to a child and they can watch it and it's educational because of the language that it uses, because of the terminology that's placed in it, right? And because of the masterful animation as well. You could show that to a child and they could actually learn about ants. Not just learn about them from a scientific perspective, but also from a psychological perspective, which is even deeper, which you won't get it in your school book, right? You read chapters and chapters on ants and you're not going to get it from that personal kind of perspective where you could actually imagine being an ant. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Jupiter and Aries is a personal journey of self-growth, but that comes with battles, right? Being you, the biggest battle you'll ever fight is being yourself.
So that's Jupiter and Aries, and that's a planet of expansion.
It's a planet of expansion.
So
expansion.
with Aries representing, I mean, not only war, but you said it represents self, right?
Yeah. See, all right, let me connect the two for you, right? When you go on the battlefield and you grab the sword, that sword is the one, right? That one is Aries, right? The ram, RAM, right? The ram, which is also Mars, MAR, right? Which is also MAR. You flip the M, it is W, war, right? They're all the same. And then you flip it again and it's arms, your arms, because your arms, see, that's the Aries right there. Oh yeah, you're strong, right? The arms, right? The ram.
Yeah.
You see it here from the nose going into your eyebrows, right? The Aries. You see it in the ovaries because that's of Aries, right? You see it in the torso going into the arms. You see it in any flower that here's the flip side of it, why it's not just combat. When you look at flowers and flowers grow, that's how they grow. They grow like a spring, like that. And they always split into two, just like this. Because they had to fight to sprout through spring, right? Like a spring. Kiss the rings in the springs.
Yeah. Yo, that was a great breakdown. Just with the ram. And that's what we're going into. We're going into
going into the RAM, which is also what deals with what? Deals with memory.
Yeah.
Your RAM.
It's the lamp.
It's stored in your head, right?
Right. It's the cerebrum.
Yes.
The Lamb of God.
That never fails.
The lamb is the ram.
Understand the ramifications of it. You know?
I love this, man. This is great. Wow. Okay, so that's Aries. That's what we're going into. We're basically starting the new year next year.
Yeah, and it starts with a new moon.
Ooh.
at 0 degrees of Aries, you know, so it's extra special.
Okay.
Right? So this is really a finalization of a lot of things, because not only are we at the very edge of the last sign, but we're also dealing with Saturn coming into Pisces and Pluto shifting into Aquarius, right? And a lot with the spring equinox and the new moon is all lining up together. So this is a very big, big beginning here.
So this is all gonna meet up.
Mm-hmm.
Yo.
All these planets going through Pisces, they have to aspect Pluto and Capricorn, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the very, so there's a lot of endings, a lot of releasing things, a lot of killing off old beliefs, right? So we can start again fresh and new.
A lot of transformation happening then.
In a big way.
Wow. I'm looking forward to this. Okay. So that's happening. It's going to be a great next 2 years as far as Saturn goes. I was just always interested to see like what influence the sun has when it's in your own sign, because when the sun would hit Pisces, man, I started feeling good, and like I'm like, is it just
the influence
me?
it has. You look up the sun, right? Go to Google Images and just put in the sun and put in face. And the majority of times you'll see the sun with a happy face, because that's what the sun represents. It represents happiness.
Wow.
So you start to feel better from within. It also represents attention, right? It also represents children. So children are what? Happy, right? It's fun, it's entertainment. So these are the things that you focus on around. Who's like, oh, my solar return's coming up. Oh, I need to focus on work. Capricorns do. Capricorns do. They're like, oh, I got to finish this project. My solar return's coming. That's they do. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Virgos do. You focus more on that sign because that's what you enjoy, right? So you do Pisces related stuff, man. I've been drunk in a while. It's my solar return. Let me celebrate with a drink. You know what I'm saying? Pisces.
Yeah.
See?
I always see that the best time to do your taxes is around Capricorn season.
Yeah,
and it's like they're due like
accounting.
It's perfect.
Counting. Capricorn is math, right?
Yeah.
Accounting. Keeping track and order of things, right?
Yeah. And I love that. It's organized.
If you do things within this, and we have our personal seasons too. That's what it's important to understand. Like for example, Pisces season for Aries is different than it is for a Libra, right? For somebody who's a Taurus, Pisces season is like Aquarius season, because Pisces is in the 11th position. It's in the Aquarius position.
But you're saying that based off their sun sign, right? Not their rising?
I'm saying, well, you can look at their chart from the sun sign, or you can look at it from their rising sign, and both will ring true. So it's both. So let's say, for example, you're a Pisces sun with a Libra rising, right? And we're in Virgo season. Let's say we're in Virgo season.
Okay.
We're in Virgo season as a Libra rising. That's the 12th house for you, right? So you're dealing with 12th house related issues. You're dealing with, you feel like all of a sudden you need to rest and you're tired. You're dealing with subconscious things, right?
Wow.
And at the same time, as a Pisces, that's relationship season for you, because that's the 7th house of Pisces. So it's both simultaneously. You're experiencing both, right? So, and really, you can do that from the perspective of any planet. You can look at your moon, and you can put your moon to the ascendant, and you can look at the rest of the chart from the perspective of your moon, and that's how you feel about everything, right? What you're going to do about it is the sun, but how you feel about it is the moon, and what's going to motivate you and drive you is Mars, right?
Got you.
And you don't know how things are affecting you psychologically, then you deal with Mercury, you put that to the ascendant, then you look at where everything falls relative to that. So all this is happening simultaneously, wheels within wheels.
So that's how they read the charts then. They're basically looking at whatever aspect of your life is, like action and energy, getting things done or something, that you're looking at your Mars. How you feel about it is the moon.
Yeah, exactly.
How your money is Venus.
Transiting natally, and also as it progresses, because you have your progress chart too, and all these charts overlay on top of each other at the same time, right? Yeah. And also you could throw in everybody that's around you. Their chart is not just inactive. Their chart is living energy. So let's say you a Libra rising. Mm-hmm. Somebody shows up who has the sun in Sagittarius. You find yourself in a 3-hour conversation with them that you thought was going to be 3 minutes, because their sun shines in your house of communication in the sign of overindulgence. You see? So temporarily, while you're around that person, it's like being under the transit. And then if you look at where the transiting planets are at that particular time, you'll see that person and their particular planets natally correspond, and they become the embodiment of that transit that had you in that conversation for 3 hours, right? Yeah. I'll give you an example, right? Today, the sun is 23 degrees Pisces, right? Pisces is the sign that deals with music, right? I'm a Scorpio rising. Scorpio and Pisces are signs that deal with things that are mysterious, right? Uranus, the planet of knowledge, at 23 degrees of Scorpio in the first house. The sun today is 23 degrees of Pisces, exactly trying that. Uranus represents knowledge, and it represents things that are sudden and unexpected. Like me suddenly unexpected being here explaining knowledge to you through music, right? Yeah. Trying to study Pisces. See? Giving an astrological Uranus breakdown of a creative video, sun in Pisces, because Pisces represents videos that deal with small creatures known as ants, Mercury, right? It's all written right there. It's such a surprise I didn't expect to be here explaining this right now. Yeah. I didn't wake up today like, but I knew that I was having the sun Uranus. I knew there's something out of the blue. Wow. The Uranus represents out of the blue, right? Because the sky is the blue, right? Uranus is God of the heavens, skies, things that come out of the blue, right? Yeah. And it's also wind, right? Because when it blows, right? It blew out of the blue. So sun Uranus is unexpected events. Yeah. And unexpected special appearances. Why was it a surprise to you? Because you're a Pisces. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And the sun is in Pisces, trying my Uranus. Yeah. See how that works?
I did get a few surprises in the past 24 hours. I'm going to say that. Like unexpected stuff, like phone calls from people I didn't expect. And
probably more than the last 24 hours, because Mercury and Pisces was sextile to Uranus and Taurus. So Uranus is the unexpected. And Taurus is in the third position, the communication position from Pisces, right? So it's unexpected messages, unexpected changes in plans, right? Unexpected communication, right? Epiphanies, surprises, right? Shocks, so forth and so on.
Interesting. So I'm curious, because with all this insight you have on where the planetary energy is, you kind of know already in advance the energy that's upon you for that day or for the week. Huh.
I mean, I'm looking at it years. I'm looking at it years and decades in advance.
Wow.
You know, not that I always remember, because sometimes I might have looked at, you know, what's going to happen, 10 years down the road, right? And I forget, enough time went by, I forgot that I looked at it already. You know what I'm saying? And then you get closer and closer to that time, and then you look at it again. And that's the other thing. Every time you look at it, you're gonna see something you didn't see before, right? Every time. I can look at my own natal chart, which I look at it every day, and every day I notice something I didn't see before, or I see it from a different perspective. It's endlessly deep. It's a black hole in the abyss.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna give you this one. I'm gonna give you this one.
Okay.
You'll like this. Vanishing lines. You're familiar with a vanishing line, right?
Vanishing lines?
Yeah.
No.
Look that up.
I know about ley lines, but not vanishing lines.
Google image that.
Okay.
Boom. There you go. All right. There you go. There's your chart right there. Draw a circle around it.
Oh,
There's
shit.
Because you're walking into a tunnel that goes on forever. See, when you're looking at rays, when you're looking at those 12 rays coming from any light source, you're looking at, it's giving you direction, right? It's giving you depth. That's what you're looking at. So if you keep that picture up right there. Now look, now putting that, now type in solar rays, sun rays. Mercury and Aries, quick with the fingers.
Yeah. Let's see, sun rays.
But not like that, just sun rays. Not solar probably gave you that. Sun rays.
Oh, my bad.
Sun rays, light rays.
Oh, boom.
There you go. There you go. There you go. There's your vanishing point.
Wow.
There's your houses in the chart.
Yeah.
So you're looking at a tunnel. Like they said, the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, and I gotta admit, like, you know, I've been getting a lot more astral projection lately. Like every 2 days, I have this deep sleep that I go into. It could be because of all the carbs I'm eating, but like I sleep so deep that I'm in another world. Like I've been doing a lot of astral projection, not on purpose. It just happens. And I had this one where I was so deep into it. I'm looking around. I'm like, I know I'm dreaming, but I couldn't wake myself up if I wanted to. Like I was gone. You know what I mean? And I was
that right there is Saturn Pisces.
And it's been recent.
That's like sleep paralysis.
I definitely had sleep paralysis because if I wanted to wake up, I knew I wouldn't be able to because my body was just like, you know, shut down. But I was mentally in this other spot. And you know, I'm always floating in these astral projections, but I was literally going through a tunnel and moving forward. And I noticed that I had control of how fast I could go. I was able to speed myself up. I was able to slow down. And I was only able to turn a little bit. It was a very weird experience, but most of these astral projections is I feel like I'm falling. Like we were just talking about Get Out. Remember how he's falling into the he fell through the chair?
That's Pisces.
Yeah, I
Look,
always feel that.
That's Saturn and Pisces. Chairs of Saturn. Falling is Pisces.
I fall first. I feel that falling and floating, and then all of a sudden I have control, and I lift up, and I'm going straight up. And then the higher up I go, all of a sudden I'm in a whole other environment. And it's so real that the only thing I'm thinking of in that point is like, I need to remember this when I wake up. I know I'm in an astral projection. I'm aware that I'm dreaming like very hard, but it feels so real that I'm like, I need to I want to memorize things so that when I wake up, I can, and I do. Like, I'm happy that I'm able to remember what's happening. It's ridiculous. So much to the point in the last projection I had, I was surrounded by strangers, and I was looking at their faces as if though I knew them. I didn't recognize anybody, but they were distinct faces of people that I did not know personally, and they're all in a room, and I'm walking amongst them, and they're looking at me, looking at them. I'm looking for someone that I recognize. I'm like, am I around like people who have passed? Am I was trying to think about where I was, but it was just a bunch of strangers. And I just thought,
Jupiter and Aries. Jupiter and Aries is foreign faces.
I just try to play it cool because I was like literally being in an environment of strange people, and I was just like walking around. I didn't make any conversation. I knew I could have like confronted somebody, but it was so strange to be in such a real environment. Next thing I knew, I went outside because I knew I was astral projecting. I'm like, I just want to fly. So I went outside and I just floated up. I just wanted the feeling of the blissful flying because that's the part that I like the most. You know what I mean? I know I could have stayed down there and talked. It's amazing how much control you have of yourself when you're astral projecting consciously. And I was like, okay, I can either make a conversation or I can go outside and fly. I chose to go outside and fly. And that's the Pisces in me. I just wanted that blissful floating feeling. because it feels amazing. And I did that, and I know I'm going too deep, but like I just flew up way too high, and I'm like, whoa, you have a lot of control when you're out there. And then slowly, I slowly woke up after the flying thing, and I was awake again, and I woke up like, yo, that was amazing. I don't know how else to explain that, but I remembered it all. And the best part is it just felt so real. I'll just leave it at that.
Realistic dreams is Saturn and Pisces. Real dreams. Turning dreams into reality and experiencing realistic dreams. Dreams within dreams, like Inception. You know, we have them dreams with, look, this is the thing. It's Pisces, so you ain't going too deep. This is the theme today, right? You ever have one of those dreams where you wake up, or at least you think you wake up. You know what I'm saying? Everything looks exactly how it's supposed to look in your room, right? You get up and everything looks like, and then something crazy happens, and you realize that you didn't wake up, and that you're still in a dream. Yeah, right. That's what it's like. It's like a prison of dreams. There's another one inside of another one.
Yeah, that's what you just said is what it is, because I've had regular dreams where I can feel that's a regular dream, but then all of a sudden I fall forward and I'm in this like incline position, and I can feel myself getting into a deeper sleep. And then after that, I feel the dream get even deeper, and then it's a whole other experience. But that's the strange part, is I feel the part where it's a dream within a dream, because I change my physical state within the first dream to where I'm falling forward, and then the floating feeling happens. Then I no longer have a body in my dream anymore. It's just this, I'm just an orb, and like I'm flying, and like I said, it's a different experience every time, but it's absolutely incredible. And I know I kind of learned how to initiate it. It always happens in the morning. It always happens after I wake up, feed the cat, go back to bed, get into a very, very comfortable position, don't move, and then my breathing increases. I start to breathe heavy, and then it just hits, and then I'm in that astral projection world. It's crazy. So I'm getting used to it, and it did increase when I started taking the herbs, not herbs, but I'm taking minerals now. It's a tincture of it's like bladderwhack sea moss. It's the bladderwhack version of sea moss. It's a tincture, but it's got a whole shitload of minerals in it. I know I was deficient in something, but when I started taking that every single day, I'm telling you, it almost feels like there's more of a spiritual energy. I don't know if it's Saturn or not or anything, but there's definitely a physical awakening happening when you get all your minerals in. You know what I mean?
Right.
And so I'm still learning about the minerals, but I think I'm taking that every single morning, and huge difference. Huge difference, especially with the sleeping.
Right.
But yeah, we can go on that forever.
Exactly.
Okay, I got one more thing. I don't know if this is my Venus and Aquarius, but I was really getting interested into seeing the astrological connection between stock market, cryptocurrency, and the moon phases. I remember I DM'd you about it.
Right.
And I was noticing, like, it's not an uncommon thing. If you're using a cryptocurrency chart thing, they have a indicator called moon phases, where you can see there'll be something happening within the new moons and a full moon.
Obviously, you know, that's common knowledge.
Yeah.
But because the moon is exalted in Taurus, the sign of money, right?
Yeah.
So the moon is definitely, think about this, the moon is, as the ruler of Cancer, is the breast, right? Taurus deals with food. Money obviously is how you get your food, right? Artificial leaves, right? Green papers. When a child is born, what do they eat first, right? From the moon. See? Moony, money. Moony, right? That's what it is. Yeah. Why the moon is broken down into 4 quarters, right? In 4 quarters, silver, which is lunar, right? Silver is the moon. Make $1, right?
Moony.
Yeah, moony.
It's magnetic.
Right.
I'm just trying to, like, I know how important timing is. I'm still just trying to learn, like, when is the right time to do certain things. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of YouTube astrologers that are into the crypto astrology. And like, I'm trying to see like, okay, what should I invest in? When should I invest in this? Like, just to like make some investment so that it's like long term. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to like get rich quick off this or anything, but it's just interesting to see the correlations of moon phases with stock markets and stuff like that, because we do know that the stocks are based on the emotions of business and the emotions of a company and how things fluctuate. If someone says if a Twitter tweet goes out against Tesla,
currency,
it'll affect its stock market price. You know what I mean? I just find it fascinating. I'm still learning.
Mm-hmm. It's currency. Currency deals with water. That's the moon.
Currency,
right?
yeah.
The current of the sea, right?
Love that.
And then we got to. It's more than just the moon, though, because you got to consider all of it, and especially where Venus is. You got to consider what's going on in Taurus. Like, for example, Jupiter is going to go into Taurus after it leaves Aries in May, right? Taurus is the sign of money. Uranus is in Taurus. Uranus is digital. So as Jupiter gets closer to Uranus, right? And if I recall correctly, they meet in 2024, right?
Okay.
That's
Jupiter.
Yeah.
Okay.
So things with that energy can go either way. That can be a big crisis, right? Because Uranus is also crisis, right?
Mm-hmm.
It could be a food crisis. It could be, things can crash. Uranus is crashing. But on the flip side, it could be a time that's very abundant, right? Because Jupiter represents abundance and Taurus represents, money and value of all forms, really.
Yeah.
Right. So we're gonna see both.
Well, it's no accident the Wall Street has a bull.
Yeah, the bull
right in front of their building and everything. The Wall Street bull.
The horns of the bull of the moon. Worshiping the golden calf.
Yeah, it's the golden calf, right? And when they when the stock market's doing good, they call it a bullish market.
We're a bull market.
And then it's like it's bullish. Interesting. Man.
Get the bulletin.
Yo, this is great. If you guys have any questions for Zodiak, hit the super chat. I'm trying to see the chat room right now if anyone has any questions. So hit the super chat if you have any specific stuff to ask, because man, he's going in. I love this, man. I wish we could get you on more often because I love this insight. I'm always learning from you.
Well, you can.
Awesome. We really appreciate it. And Knowledge Born gets real excited when we do the song promotions and you submit music, because then you're the grand finale.
It was a bomb today. I got a bomb for you.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Okay. I haven't even checked.
It's very much another interpretation of this Pisces energy.
Oh, okay. I love it. Damn, I'm learning every single day, man. This is great. Knowledge Born, you there?
He was so hooked in, he missed the bars and everything. And he got this song. He was gone.
What happened? I missed the bars?
Missed the bars, he said something and kissed the ring, and then he hit you with the kiss the ring line, and you missed
Yeah. I knew
you was in the zone, you was gone. He was gone. So I'm like, all right, just let it flow.
It was great.
Yeah. The family said they want you on here once a month, Kazo. Yeah, can we negotiate?
I would like, if it was up to me, I would give a forecast.
Yes.
On either the new moon or the full moon.
Nice. And I know Priest wouldn't mind at all.
Okay, well, we can make it happen. Those are the times where there's at least those 2 times of each month or each season, where the energy is it's the ebb and flow. New moon, full moon, right? So you can make that happen.
Nice. We got a super chat from Cap Jones. He says, "Thank you for coming on." Yeah. He says, "Thank you for coming on, Ka. Do you do readings?"
I do. voiceoftheuniverse.org/astro is the place where you find that.
Boom. Here it is on screen. I'm going to try to pull it back a little bit. Man, you got a nice website. So we're gonna have the link to that in the description, so y'all can contact Cause Zodiac. voiceoftheuniverse.org. Man, it's nice and organized and all that. So you call it cosmic counseling?
Yeah, cosmic counseling. Because I think it's important to add the extra element where you have some people that'll read you, but they won't listen to you. I think it's important for people to be able to communicate and have an ear. Because you have some people, you know, who they just need to be heard.
Nice.
And it's not as much about what you can pour into them. It's a balance between what you can pour into them and what they have to pour out. So I provide guidance.
Yeah.
But people do readings. I can, you know, just because you read something doesn't mean it's going to direct you. You know what I'm saying? So but this is a compass, so I'm guiding you.
The insight you're giving is priceless. Like, these are actually pretty good prices considering all of that, because you are really giving them some really hardcore value, and you're giving them education on how it relates to not only the Bible, but like, you know, the Matrix itself.
Indeed.
Personal cosmic guidance sessions, cosmic couple counseling. That's awesome. Children's cosmic guidance session and universal family guidance session. Man,
gotta touch everybody. You know? I love to when I end up reading people that are young, you know, children, because the earlier that we have an awareness of what our energy is, the earlier that we can begin to navigate consciously, you know, and not develop a victim mind. Those things just happening to you. Everything's happening for you, right?
Yeah.
The whole universe is conspired to agree to be you, right? How could you lose?
Oh, wow. I'm checking out, you have a Saturn session, Jupiter session, Moon session. Man, I'll tell you, I'm really intrigued in some of this. I might order. I'm looking to order something because this is really cool. Cosmic Weather Report, $52. That's pretty good.
I'm gonna be adding some new options on there soon too. You know?
That's something. See, this was what I'm interested. I think this is what I'm drawn to right here is your Cosmic Weather Report, because I want to know what's coming. I want to know what's happening now, where the energy's at now, because if the energy is like creativity is up, Neptune's in Pisces, oh, it's a good time to make a beat.
Right.
You know what I mean? Or it's like, no, it's about money right now. It's a good time to invest. Oh, okay. Or it's a good time for family. You know what I mean? All of these things, I'll make decisions based on what's appropriate.
Exactly. Which for each person is different, right? So it's like, you can give a general reading on the energy for Pisces, but every single person's chart is uniquely different, you know? So.
Nice.
One person's rise is someone else's fall.
Ooh, and you got a mailing list.
Gotta have that.
Oh, I'm signing up for that right now.
Gotta have that.
KillahPriest.tv. Make sure y'all get on the mailing list at least, because, man, I'm getting on that. That's cool, man. Really good setup on the site.
Appreciate that.
Absolutely. All right, so let's see. I'll bring it back here. Once again, I am putting the link in the description. Nice. Thank you so much again, man. It's definitely a pleasant surprise to have you on here. Yeah, it's so good, especially after around birthdays. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling good. Oh, one more thing, because I've learned about the North Node. And like I said, I like to know what's coming. And I've learned that the North Node is the direction that you're headed. Yep. And I'm so into details. You know what I mean? I'm so into like the mixing and the mastering down to the second, and the way I am in the kitchen, like I'm doing the macros, checking the fats, the proteins, the carbohydrates. I like to measure. I don't know if that's my Libra rising or the Virgo North Node. Am I becoming more Virgo?
Libra is the measurer.
Yeah.
Libra is measurement and balancing, right? Mm-hmm. They all work together. Like, okay, Scorpio, Taurus is food, but it's balanced by Scorpio. Scorpio is alchemy. That's really being an alchemist, because you're taking different things and mixing them, because Scorpio is mixing, right? But before that, you got to measure them. That's Libra, right? The scales, right? Mm-hmm. So it all works together. Before you do that, you got to figure out which ingredients you're using and what's the list of ingredients I got. So how much do I need of each? That's the Virgo part of it, right? So everything that you're doing here is a balance between Pisces and Virgo. So the music is the Pisces, creativity, the imagination, the music, that's Pisces, right? Uh-huh. Mixing, mastering, organizing, right? So you got a list of all of these songs that's popping up. Okay, this one's gonna go here, that one's gonna go there, and I know you're organizing, right? So you're doing a job of dealing with your North Node and balance with your South Node. I picture it like a ladder, right? Mm-hmm. And the North Node is the top of the ladder. The South Node is the bottom of the ladder, right? You have some people that'll tell you got to get away from the South Node, but that's only because you're climbing the ladder. You can't cut the South Node off, because then there's no ladder, right? The snake head and the snake's tail have to meet, right? So it's the South Node that supports you. It's the foundation. It's the skills, abilities, and qualities that you come here naturally possessing, which then you utilize in order to climb the ladder to reach the North Node and the things that it indicates, so that you can develop those qualities, and then you can be more well-rounded and balanced, right? So you need both.
Yeah. I sometimes can't tell if I'm just getting older or if I'm becoming less Pisces, because I don't like alcohol anymore. I drank on my birthday. It was cool, but I don't like it. I don't like drinking. I don't like shots. I don't like beer. I don't want any of that, because I know it messes me up. Do you know what I mean? Like, as a sensitive Pisces, it just it throws off all my vibes. I don't want to drink.
Saturn now being in Pisces, Saturn represents knowing your boundaries, knowing your limits. Saturn is a wall, block. Nah, I'm good, right? Yeah. Saturn going into Pisces, it draws the boundaries and the limits to all things that are Piscean, right? Things that can be also our self-undoing, because Pisces is our self-undoing, because it's our blind spot, the things you ignore, the things you overlook, the things you don't have any control of. Because Aries is the individual, the self. Pisces is behind that. It's what trips you up, right? Yeah. So Saturn says, stop, not just for you, but for everybody. Stop doing the things, or moderate the things that you know can be detrimental to your well-being and your sense of balance, because Virgo, the opposite of Pisces, is health. Pisces is also hospitals. Pisces is prisons. Wow. Right? Pisces represents the places where we're helpless. Fish don't have arms. You understand? They just got to go with the flow. See?
Yeah.
That's Pisces energy. Right?
Well, I used to also drink like a fish.
Sure. Sure.
I'm glad those days are over, man. Hangovers are just not worth it anymore. In my environment, it's everywhere. So I'm all about mineral water now.
That's definitely you going into your North Node in Virgo. You know, so it's becoming more health conscious.
Yeah, definitely feel that. So people can learn their North Node just by going online, right? They can North Node calculator and stuff like that. I feel like that's very important now. I didn't know about that before, and like some of the girls at my club are into astrology too, and they're all about learning about their Lilith. I'm like, I don't know about the Lilith yet, but they're really into that. I'm like, interesting,
Yeah.
But that's a whole other topic.
It is, definitely is.
Man. Great. Knowledge Born, anything you want to add before we do the song promotion segment?
I mean, the grand finale came in. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Surprise. And he was like, wait a minute. You knew about this? You knew about this?
Yeah. I love it. It's perfect.
Yeah.
And we were talking about having Zodiak on again soon, so that's perfect. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and get into it. Let me get the intro ready. Damn, that was good. That was cool.
For the tracks though, like, can you make sure that, because I couldn't hear it if I didn't see the end video. Like when you had left, I couldn't hear it.
Oh, you couldn't hear before? Hold on, my bad.
I couldn't hear it either.
The share sound was off. Okay, the share sound's on now. My bad. I forgot I had to reset it because I had to reset the Zoom.
Oh, good.
Okay, we are good now. All right, let me set this up. 1 second. Got my video going. All right. And here we go. It is time for a segment we call Song Promotions.
Song Promotions.
Hey. All right. Let's do it. First up, song promotion segment. We have a track from, let me hit the refresh because they just came in a lot here. All right. Ooh, damn, we got a few. Oh, man, hang on to your butts. We got a lot of submissions here. Okay, let's go through this. We're going to start with, okay, someone submitted on March 8th. That was Wednesday. Okay, so we're going to start with, wow, Lord Galaxar. Y'all already know. Okay, Lord Galaxar in the building. Name of this track. It's from the Gamma Quadrant. It's called
her vibes
Black Inferiority. He says, I love this podcraft. Keep steering it in the right direction. And he says, Gamma Quadrant Show available now on all platforms. All right, let's see. Here we go.
Raw energy. Yo, her vibes, raw energy, chemistry, comedic. It's her presence like first loves, our souls magnetic. To her physical form, I was tethered.
Shit off, Why can't we come together? We obviously can come together. We just have to. We just have to find a way to do it.
Hey, I like me some snow, baby. She desires me. She desires to be with me, Lord.
The desire is good, but the reality is the total opposite of your desire. And unfortunately, as a young lady, you are not in the position of power to make the decisions to make America work.
Listen to him, baby.
May I,
carry on,
you know,
Lord.
as an audience of intelligent people,
yes,
I would like to just take a moment to say to you that I really don't think you fully understand what has happened to these people that you look at as second class or inferior citizens in this nation.
I caught the vibe while doing yoga. Son of Dawson, J Solar. Spit the heat like a 5G Motorola. Lost everything like the Moors.
Language, culture, religion,
everything.
God,
taking back everything.
and taken totally away from the history of themselves.
Bust your fucking head,
Here
boy.
are 30 million people.
Yo, about to slip over the tunnel like Cheetah and the flying monkeys. Knocking these Edomites, supplying these honkies with that
English, which is not their
me and the
language.
guards
They
speaking code in Spanglish.
never were allowed.
Now we read the ancient scrolls and decode the old papyrus.
Letting
me read. Yo, these devils is
Don't
liars.
you realize that when you turn a people upside down and
This that
inside
hate create, here to shake up the state. That work out, the sweat create, got that body by Jake. I'm doing burpees, baby girl, treat me like a
the human
Slurpee.
right
Stop
to
perfect.
know, to read a
Yeah,
book,
I'm on my pirate radio shit like old Captain
and
Hook.
then
Two for Flinch and they shooting, major
for
look.
300 years of that, you allow us into the church, but by that time, you've painted Jesus white, God white, the angels white, and then all these black people have been subjected to a form of white supremacy, which produces in the reverse a black inferiority. And this is fulfilling what Jesus said, as a man thinketh, so is he.
Everything all facts, you can't refute it. If you do, then you stupid. Galaxar back for all the resource you damn devils looted. True indeed, stupid.
Several people in the audience have said the things that he's saying, but you really haven't been specific. What is he saying that you have a problem with? And why is it when a black man stands up to speak for his people and other people stand up to speak for their people, there's no problem with it? But you're saying he said black, he said Jew. When people talk, they talk like that. But why is it when a black man stands up to speak for his people, you feel so threatened, everybody's paranoid? And you talk about it's not segregation. We live in Harlem, we live in Watts, we live in Bedford-Stuyvesant. That's a form of segregation. We walk through Bensonhurst, we get killed. So what are you talking about?
Yo, you becoming a filmmaker, man. Like that was called Black Inferiority. You're almost becoming like a video DJ because you're doing a compilation. Not only are you spitting a little bit of verse in there, you know what I mean? You also got some quotes going on. You layered those quotes on top of, a music bed track and all that. Like that whole thing was almost like an activism type of presentation. Like I felt like I was watching a documentary for a second. Do you know what I mean? And it had purpose. It had a vibe. It had a message. So you know what I mean? It goes beyond just doing a rap song. That's cool. I think you've got something going on there as a video producer. You know what I'm saying? I'll leave it at that. What you think, Zodiak?
Listen, I thought that was fire. I thought that was very creative. One thing that stood out to me was how it seemed like the speech in the background was going in and out with the words in the song. Like where it was a couple of times where it almost sounded like the speech continued off from the words in the music. So I think it was very creative, the way that was put together.
Nice.
Raw.
Hmm? What up, Knowledge?
Lord Galaxar, let me tell you something. Your ability to switch at any moment and do whatever you want to do on the track is phenomenal. So you heard what Kai said, you heard what AD said. Putting it all together, I think this space where you're having fun, I told you, you really got some Gemini stuff going on. You know what I'm saying? Like you really got some both halves of the spectrum. And this song in particular, and this video in particular, like it's been very, subtle in your submissions, but this one, very, very, very apparent. So it's like, okay, I can do this and this. And I can do both of them at the same time. You see what I'm saying? Like you can actually do both of them at the same time. So you had this happening, going on, you got some Farrakhan in the background, you getting busy with it, and you still like, all right, you see that energy right here? You see what I'm saying? So it's like, nah, not too serious. Why so serious? Why not serious enough? At the same time, with the credence and the ode to the balance that's there. Like, so, but respect to the balance and letting you know, like, okay, I don't have to be 100% this or that. I can have it, coincide with one another. And, that's hip hop. That's hip hop. Hip hop, everybody don't sound the same. Even though nowadays y'all might hear folks sound the same. But fortunately enough for these spaces, we get a chance to see it all. We get both ends of the spectrum. So salute, Lord Galaxar. Keep rocking. And them burpees had me burping over here, okay?
All right, let's go. Next now we got a track here from beatbossb from Cali. This is a Wu-Tang Synths demo promo. beatbossb, producer, VST developer. Oh, cool. Here we go.
Hey, Lincoln, did you say a spaceship? That's right. That's what I thought you said.
Wow, so it looks like you made those custom Wu-Tang VSTs right there. That's cool. I'm trying to figure out what they do right there. It looks like you got some EQ going on, and it looks dope. I'm trying to see what's up with that. I think I see the keyboard in the bottom, so you're definitely doing something with the tones. That's cool. So I guess he does custom Wu-Tang synths demonstration. That was dope. It looked like you were doing the distortion on purpose. I'm assuming that was on purpose with the distortion. That is a sound itself. You know what I mean? It's almost like an industrial type of hip hop. You know what I mean? That's a genre within itself. So I thought it sounded kind of cool. I'm just really interested in seeing what these VSTs do. But if you guys are interested in that at home, the email's in the description. What you think, Kai?
I was sitting there imagining the sword fight.
Yeah.
I saw a whole movie in my mind. It was sharp.
Mm.
It was hard and sharp at the same time.
Yeah. Nice. What you think, Knowledge Born?
I wanted Aurora Borealis on that beat. I wanted him on that beat. I wanted him on that beat.
Yo.
But then I wanted that beat on a score. But then I wanted Aurora Borealis on that beat with Vinny Paz and Razcat.
Mm.
So like I wanted to see it in a couple different dimensions. I wanted like the Kung Fu flick, but then I wanted like a hood version of the Kung Fu flick where it's repurposed. I wanted it in a video game. You know what I mean? Like I wanted it in that had nothing to do with nothing. Like randomly the beat is just in it, but it don't have nothing to do with, you see what I'm saying? So it's like it's so many spaces where you can use it, and you can use it out of its context and it still works.
I was thinking Double Dragon because the snare sounded like a Double Dragon punch.
Right. So, my point was I wanted it in a couple different dimensions. And I've been saying that for a couple of weeks, listening to different beats and things like that. Just Blaze, I just saw something with Just Blaze. Just Blaze said he made more money scoring video games than he ever did producing any track.
Oh, wow.
Ever.
Believe it.
So just think about that.
Publishing.
Like, so for the producers that are out here doing what they're doing, and for the MCs, like, look at where you're shopping your art and your talent. Just don't automatically think, okay, it can be used here, 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 here. People need music for everything. They need it for everything.
Everything.
So, and they're using music to sell everything.
Yeah.
So just think about, okay, I said what I said on here, but, segments of it can be used, repurposed, all kind of things to, from the instrumental to your flow to all of that. So just shop around. Like, so yeah, I know Killah Priest's relationship with Just Blaze. You see what I'm saying? Like he was one of the young hungries that was producing. You see what I'm saying? That worked with Killah Priest, kind of first. So just think about that. Think about that.
Nice. Good advice. Yeah, it's all about those music publishing libraries. Getting in those. All right. Next now, we have a track submission from FELA B from Melbourne, Australia. This song is called Dem Jamen. I like that snare. First thing I noticed is I like your arrangement. You made a hook with that da 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 da. Like that's obviously where the chorus goes. You made space for the artist. I can hear drops. I can definitely hear where the verse would go. That's a nice arrangement you got going there. I love the snare, obviously. Good mix. That's great. I think this is ready for an artist. That was really cool. What you think, Kai?
I felt like I was walking on an alien planet. That's what it felt like. But I was bopping though. You know what I'm saying? Through it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Definitely had my head rocking, but it was different. That was out of this world different.
Nice. All right, Knowledge.
Yeah, out of this world mixed with like the East Indian. I don't know what kind of horn that is that they have that they be playing with the snake charmer type of energy. So it's kind of there, you know. It's out of this world meets that East Indian kind of convergence to where it sounds stellar and it sounds, you know, with the Eastern philosophy in it, with a little bit of gritty back.
Gritty back.
Gritty back on the drums. You see what I'm saying? Because they sound unrefined. Like so, like the sound sounds a little bit like that, and then it gave me some of that final level boss video game energy, like some arduous journey. You done went through everything, and now you just when you thought it was over, here come the big boss and shit. And you walking in with like 1,000 people type situation. So yeah, I'm feeling that. Who was that?
That was FELA B from Melbourne, Australia.
Oh, of course, man. FELA B, man. That was
Nice.
FELA B.
Really cool. Good submission. All right. Keeping it moving. Next now, we got a track from Cap Jones. He did this in his studio. He said it looks like a broken down pawn shop. He says, shout out to the whole craft. Peace to AD and KB for holding it down. Shout out to Priesthood. Name of this song is called Nuestra Factura.
Use the yarn, push through the labyrinth, avoid bodily harm. The Minotaur reproaches and fear rings the alarm. We're forced to face fear, but if we don't embrace, then we only prolong the agony of the chase. The darkness looms and resumes, giving away the hope of the day, and we're just left begging for mercy.
Wow. That took me to another place. I didn't expect the chorus to come in like that. It was cool. That was chill. I like the good mix. That's a finished song right there. I'm not sure if that's a sample or if he created that at home, which is a good thing. But that was good. Shout out to Cap Jones, and y'all make sure you follow Cap Jones on YouTube. We got where his subscribers are going up. So follow Cap Jones on YouTube. Links in the description. That was dope. What you think, Cap?
Salute to Cap Jones. That beat was very mesmerizing and hypnotic, right? That laid the backdrop, the setting for. Cause I'm visualizing, all of these things when I listen to this music. That was very mystical. I think that lyrically, it was amazing. I think that what he was saying too, I like the message. There was substance to what he was saying, and I think that's something that's rare. It's a rarity, the depth of substance. I would have liked to have heard what the hook was saying a little bit louder. It could be because it's on the phone, I couldn't hear the hook so well. I like how it sounded, but I couldn't hear what it was saying.
Okay. What you think, Knowledge?
Another movie right there. Another movie. Forward. Yeah, you see some wild shit happen at the end of the movie. It didn't turn out like you had planned, and now they rolling the credits, and then boom, we got this joint on there. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh man, it's definitely cinematic, and I want Kyle on the remix, man. That's just me being selfish. You know what I'm saying? I wanted the Kyle Zodiak verse because it's so mesmerizing that Kyle, you know where you at on those kind of beats. You see what I'm saying? You know where you at on them kind of beats.
I would grow wings on that. I could hear it.
Yeah, something you just trance out on, like literally. So that makes it.
That's a good word to describe that. It's very trance-like.
Right. So them elements there, Cap, coming, painting a picture of, the dark world that we living in. You see what I'm saying? Like he always paint us a picture and walk us through something cinematic and give us some light in there at the same time, So appreciate you, Cap, man. I needed that soundtrack.
Yeah. Shout out to Cap Jones.
It's movie soundtrack night. This is going on here.
Right?
Yeah.
All these submissions always be like, hey, like to what, whatever the build is, like literally. I'm like, what is this, man? How do you
what's the next movie?
Mm-hmm.
What's the next movie?
What's the next trailer?
All right. Well, next now we've got the Oni Dakini in the house, the female producer. She has a beat.
Is that how you say her name? Because I remember earlier you were saying her name wrong.
Yeah, I had said it wrong. I used to say Ani, but now I know it's Oni.
Oni.
So her name is Oni Dakini. She's in the chat. Yeah, here we go. This is an exclusive beat sampler MP3. Here we go.
That is the beginning of wisdom. I have seen you laugh, and I have seen you cry. And you do not. We are taught discipline. The purpose of discipline is to live more fully, not less. How shall I know if my sorrow is only the echo of some pity?
We build on topics, whether conscious or cosmic. It's never nonsense, mega levels are microscopic. It's a Killah Priest project, AD control the rocket. Before we land the plane, many games we engage and explain the unexplained without mask. Welcome to the Killah Priest podcast. Shout out to God's wrath, stars are vast. Avatar path. We can take a star back, a large bath. Welcome to the Killah Priest podcast.
Wow. Okay, so off the bat, first of all, these beats are nice. Like, a lot of them make me want to start smoking weed again, man. I'm telling you, I feel like the universe is calling me back to the cannabis. Like, I appreciate it in this mind state, but I know after smoking weed for so many years how much more I would even appreciate.
And on that note,
yeah, I already know how the cannabis would make me feel it even more. I'm tempted, very tempted to go back. But anyway, it was very good. I love the second beat the most with the choir that came in. That it was kind of creepy. It sounded like something that Priest would definitely rap on. I like that one the most. Second one's my favorite. The last one was kind of like it sounds like you're still working on that one. But like I said, the second one is my favorite, and I love that you put in the Killah Priest vocals. Like, that wasn't easy. I can hear how you probably had to segregate his vocals from the original beat, because I know you don't have the acapella. So you probably had to create the acapella by bringing down the other frequencies. I was listening for that, and like, you did a really good job with that. So I can hear you're getting a lot better with your the way you're probably managing your DAW program. So that was really cool. So yeah, keep going. Every time you submit, it's getting better and better. So shout out to Oni. What you think, Ka?
I think that was. I'm going to say what you would have said if you had smoked this. That was the psychedelic. It was a suspenseful, psychedelic, alien horror flick score. That's what that was, and I don't mean that in a bad way.
Yeah,
that was genius, inventive, you know, and like even the way the vocals were put on that alien soundscape, where you wouldn't even, the average person wouldn't think to even put that together, you know, in the way that was put together. That was very different. You know, yeah, that was definitely continuing with the movie theme. It was very suspenseful because you were like, okay, wait, this is different. Where's this going? It changed up and took you in a whole nother direction, you know. But I listening to all of it though, the second one definitely hit me the most. That was the most memorable.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah.
100. Knowledge.
You know, this one right here. I told y'all, like, presentation for me is everything. So I hear the transition now. I can hear how you're segueing from one to the next one. So every aspect of it begins to make way for the next one. And you did something that was very risky. You did something that was very risky with the Killah Priest vocals, because this is like a set off. That's a set off. Like, this is the intro to the show. So you looking for that as a set off or a closer. You put it right before and play it strategically, like right after the Kung Fu joint, the TV series.
Mm-hmm.
That's the sample in the back where, you know, David Carradine is talking to his master. You know, with the message, I seen you laughing, I seen you cry. He's like, don't you also? You know what I'm saying? So literally the epitome of, okay, like, this is what happens here. So this is like a private score motivation to what's the takeaway from the podcast at the same time. So I appreciate the intricacies of it all to be able to hear it, because I heard it kind of getting prepared. I'm like, wait a minute, that sounds like Priest. And then boom, it's Priest for tilt. So it's like that, you know, what you said, Kai, about the revealing that score, you going through it. So she really laid that out on every level of presentation. So shout out to Oni for that, because that was amazing right there. I don't need nobody else using that. Okay, I was almost like, we need to change the intro to this right here. You know what I'm saying? Like,
right. We always flip it up.
I like that.
Yeah. Nice.
Like them folks was going crazy over the power intro when they changed the music on the TV show.
On which one?
the Power TV show. They had changed the music. I know people don't really be watching that shit, but I like the fact that they, like, that caused that much of an uproar where people was like, yo, what you doing with the song? So that's how you know you got people hooked in when they doing stuff like that. So that was great work. Great work.
All right, let's go. Next now, we got a track from DJ Aurora Borealis. He has a submission here. It's RZA Swatek Contest Saga, featuring Borealis. Let's see what he.
Okay, Kyle. Okay.
Let's see what he did here. Here we go.